Standing in front of the Orange County Courthouse, where tomorrow Sarah Boone will finally receive her family law case trial after 5 years of waiting. I've been in the Orlando area for the past weekend speaking to residents, and I can tell a deep divide in opinion on Sarah Boone. On the one hand, an extreme minority believe that Sarah Boone's family law case should be picked apart and preyed on after it was made infamous by social media due to her criminal case. While on the other hand, the extreme majority gave responses such as, "Who is Sarah Boone? What are you talking about?" and "No habla inglés." Perhaps the one thing that can unify this country is that no one said Sarah Boone should ever get out of prison. Sarah Boone might not be alone tomorrow, though. Rumors are that some of the handful of Sarah Boone supporters from around the country could actually be here in person, often referred to as boonies, flying monkeys, or as this reporter refers to them, idiots. I find it hard to believe that many will attend, as it will require both the ability to read and comprehend clear signs laid out in front of them. Even though tomorrow's hearing is scheduled to last 3 hours, almost twice the amount of time it was taken to convict her of murder, it might be one of the simplest hearings yet. Sarah Boone has failed to submit a number of items as requested by the court ahead of the hearing. The items she has submitted are incoherent, rambling, subjective, emotional sentences that are seemingly focused on punishing her ex-husband instead of actually focusing on the law. Brian Boone's attorney, meanwhile, has submitted succinct legal arguments that have many questioning why this hearing is even happening. As for this reporter, even after Sarah Boone is dragged out of the telephonic conference room on the way back to her cell, kicking and screaming about delicious delights, it's not going to be the last we heard of her. After all, Sarah Boone committed torture murder, recorded it on her own camera, then handed that camera over to the police the next day, and still turned down a plea deal and pleaded not guilty. It seems there is no amount of common sense or reality that can get through to Sarah Boone. For HearMeowt News, I'm HearMeowt signing off. See you tomorrow. Can't let anyone enjoy this song for more than 8 seconds. Who are these psychopaths watching an hours-long video for the primary purpose of hearing 9 to 20 seconds of a song?
Okay, sorry again, I'm on a laptop because this is remote. I got to bring everyone up a sec. Bear with me. And I'm using my phone. We got Sumo, we got X Eric, we got Larry Powers. Okay, hello everyone. Welcome to the show.
Hi.
Can everyone hear me?
Yep.
No hablo inglés.
I can.
Okay, I can hear everyone. I can hear Larry, I can hear Sumo, I can hear X Eric. X Eric, you weren't here the other night, but I lost all audio from everyone in the stream, so we had to end it because there's not a whole lot of conversation when I can't hear anyone. So yes, we are talking about the trial that Larry and I attended today. I wanted to comment one sec real quick. Mandy Strong, don't get too excited, folks. No, not many rulings made today. That is not in file closing arguments by 922. That is not true. They have to file them by the 2nd of September. And just because no rulings were made today does not mean it was not very obvious, at least to me, what is going to happen, which I will tell you all about. We got a super chat here, Polynomial Purebred. I'm hoping that all the frozen bananas eaten by the flying monkeys today had chocolate laced with X-Lax extra strength. Well, that is a great comment, Polynomial Purebred, coming out of the gate with a good comment.
Now, Costa.
And since we were late today, I guess we'll just do this.
Streams money, meow, meow, hear me out.
And one more, and then I'll do them in batches so we don't
Cash, lost money, meow, meow, hear me out.
Okay, so I guess I will start with a little overview. I thought it was obviously most people are talking about it. This was a complete win for Brian, and Brian came out of this thing looking way better than he ever has before. And I'm not just talking about the argument. I'm saying like in terms of him sticking up for himself, getting his arguments on the record without falling into the traps that Sarah Boone was trying to set. And you can really tell this man has been waiting for this day forever. He was so, I'm going to say anxious, eager and excited to get this over with. But even at the end, when there's no rulings or whatever, he was still in high spirits. You know, he said, "I've waited 5 years. I can wait another couple of weeks." That's what he said to his lawyer as she were walking down the hall. But
I had a similar feeling even at the trial when he testified against her. He had an air about him of, you know, like solid, defined confidence, I thought.
yeah, he's somebody that I don't believe takes like he's very self-confident. It doesn't come across that way necessarily at first, but you can tell like he is he's also a much better parent than I had previously believed based on his testimony, right? He said all the right things today. So I will let Larry say, I mean, don't give away too much, Larry, but overview right now. What was your overall impression of the trial today?
I thought it was fascinating. It reminded me a lot about Sarah's time when she was, you know, being pro se in her criminal trial, especially when she, you know, would say things like, "I'm doing the best I can, you know, under the circumstances, and you know, I'm sorry," and you know, the same kind of excuses that she gave. You know, "I don't know what I'm doing," you know.
As if no one's been reading all the letters she's been sending to this judge for the last 4 years.
Yeah, and so whenever she went off like that, where she would say, "I'm sorry, I don't know what I'm doing the best," I was like, this is sounding really familiar, you know, almost to like the time when she was pro se in her criminal trial. She's not a good lawyer. Yeah, fool for a client.
And I will also say on top of that, one thing I did, Larry and I have been debating, we're both down here, right? We've been debating about Sarah's mental health. Oh, by the way, we also got a lot more interviews and video from Muldoon's, and we did a whole day together yesterday. Oh, we did a stream last night. Never mind. I'm sorry. My brain is all messed up. But you took the position that Sarah has something akin to like multiple personalities or like those kind of things, right?
Yeah,
not necessarily exactly that, but
yeah.
Well, I'm not a psychiatrist or psychologist or anything like that, but you know, I've been reviewing a lot of the videos for writing the book, and every time I close my eyes and I just listen to her, she sounds so different in each video. She sounds different on the 911 call than she does on the body cam. She sounds different on the interview with the detective. She sounds different when she's in court. She sounds different when she's berating George in the hallway. And again, I'm not a psychiatrist or psychologist, but I almost think that would have been a better defense going with multiple personality disorder or something like that than the lame ass battered spouse defense. It didn't work, you know, and I thought it would have been a better defense going with that route if she could pretend that. But she sounds so different when you listen to her in each setting, you know. It just makes me think that there's more than one personality in that scrambled egg brain of hers. But I don't know. What do you think?
so I was surprised. So we've obviously read all of her letters, and I turned my video off because it looks like I'm getting a bandwidth issue now. You guys all went black for a second, but I was surprised at everything that we've seen in her letters. Not that it was necessarily bad when she said it, but stuff like, you know, when she's like, "You called me murderer, you called me killer," instead of said like, "I don't care." We do get the other side of the story finally for Brian on a lot of this crap he's been saying for all these years. But it's not. not that it's bad to call her a murderer, but it's more like I alluded to, like, I'm sure this is not exactly what he said. So it kind of made me pause, like, does he actually believe what he's saying? Because he would go back around and say it again, like, as if he had just confessed instead of explaining exactly the difference between what he's saying he did, and he just goes back in for it. So I guess with that overview, I've got 27 pages of notes. I guess the first thing, Suma probably wants me to show this, my illustration. I did some, I don't know what they call it, the
courtroom illustrate. Courtroom
illustration. Let's see here. Turn my video on a sec. I'm not sure how close I can get this. So you can see here, we've got the judge up at the top next to the judicial assistant.
I have it on my thing. I can show everyone.
Oh, yeah, my camera's still dark there. I don't know why it's dark. Oh, yeah, okay. Yep, perfect.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
So you can see.
I didn't realize you were so gifted.
Really
I
captured
feel
the
like
light.
you know?
Well, so Brian's on the let me just Brian's on the left, and his attorney's on the right, and he had glasses. I was trying to.
You don't even have to tell us.
And then the judge is at the top with her judicial assistant, and then to the right is the empty table where nobody's sitting for the defense or the respondent.
Nobody was sitting on her side at all either. None of her flying monkeys were there.
Yeah.
Oh, no flying monkeys.
There was nobody there for her. I sat on so everyone else sat on Brian's side, which totally appropriate, right? I sat on Sarah's side for two reasons in the front row. One, I might have had a device that I needed to make sure there was no accidental pickups on with a very sensitive device. So I wanted to make sure that it wasn't going to be blocked by anything. That's all I'll go into about that. And so I went to the front with that, but then I also, in case a flying monkey showed up, I wanted to already be on the right-hand side so that it showed like, oh, I might be one of them. But I think it kind of backfired because I think Brian thought I was for Sarah because I kind of said something to him in the hall and he kind of looked at me a little bit weird. He shook Larry Power's hand, but he kind of wasn't feeling me. I don't know if it's just because I had a YouTube shirt and he's like, he doesn't like YouTubers, which I can't blame him. But that's all it was. I think it would have been very obvious looking at my body language when he was continuing to talk that I was not in favor of
Despite
her at all.
Sarah and Lana seem to think there's really no one on YouTube who's on Team Boone. Sarah Boone, that is.
Well, the idiots. But
yes, but you don't really see a lot of like.
But would the flying monkeys even want to show up?
Well,
I don't know why.
To?
I just can't believe they're still engaged at all, but apparently they are. I don't know.
I was actually expecting to be more people, like in general, not just on either side, but there was only a total of 7 of us there, and
oh wow,
right.
I was expecting a larger crowd actually.
Yeah, I was nervous because there was nobody there at first. I was like, did this get moved? There wasn't even anything on the docket, other than the video screen outside the courtroom. But the most important part to start off the trial was that the judge was not having a good day in terms of things going well for her. So first, this is a room that isn't her normal courtroom, which I feel like she was not. It wasn't her idea to move it. Like I got the distinct impression everything that has changed was not something she wanted to do. So she changed courtrooms because there's maybe there could be more people there based on inquiries or something. I don't think it was her idea to not have Sarah come down. I think that came from the jail that, hey, we're not going to do a transport for one prisoner. Because later in the hearing, we hear when they're running out of time at the jail. The jail is what cut the time short. Even though she had said 5 p.m., she probably would have let a little bit more go, would have let probably closing arguments go if
she would still be there.
If they had more time. She would still be there, yes, obviously. But because the judge was not happy with the DOC officer when she said, excuse me, Miss Boone has to be out of here at 4:50, and she's like, I've been scheduled for months. I've been talking with you, and she was supposed to come down here So that's what told me that she did not make that change. And then the DOC is trying to tell her, well, we got to get her out of this room. Like this is ridiculous. We need to have this completed. We need to get this over with. And then the calling wasn't working with the software at first because I don't think they had one portion on or something. So we were sitting there for 20 minutes, not hearing anything. Didn't know if Sarah Boone was there. Luckily, it was the fact that the judge's mic wasn't working, which the court clerk was able to confirm. So I'm like, okay, good. So she's not ghosting us. When we finally got her on the phone, the first thing she says, we're like, Miss Boone, can you hear us? She goes, yes, but there's a lot of bad feedback, which she's already trying to set it up like this is this isn't the best way to do it. I should be there. She tried the feedback thing a couple of times, but everyone's like, it was at moments when there was absolutely nothing happening in the courtroom besides her, so there's no way they could. If there was feedback, it would have been the entire time. The thing wouldn't have worked, right? She was trying to use it at different times, right? Larry, there was nothing.
Was she like, judge?
There was more noise coming from her side than it was right. There were like hisses and pops on her side, like almost like I want to say like
prison.
Mute your microphone, Sarah. And good.
I was just saying, I'm wondering if I might be to blame for the switch in the courtroom because a month ago when I inquired, I called her office there to find out if it was going to be in her normal courtroom, and the person I talked to there said that it might change to a different courtroom because of the notoriety of the case. And the lady I talked to, I guess she works there and for the judge. She asked me if I expected a big turnout or if I knew that, I'm like, well, I mean, it's a very notable case, and there's a lot of YouTubers that are following it. So I think that passing remark might have, they might have, maybe we should move it to a larger courtroom than her normal one. So
I think it worked out better because if she has that small of a courtroom, I mean, there were enough people where it probably would have felt cramped anyway. But it was nice also because we got to see the actual courtroom that she had a criminal case in, right? I didn't realize it at first when I was in there, but then I was like, oh yes, this is the same layout. It's just weird to see it from a different perspective. But so we finally get it working, and I guess what I got here from my notes. They swear in Brian. Sarah doesn't respond to. They're like, "Ma'am, what?" And she's like, "Sorry, what? I really can't hear you." And then the clerk says it again. Do you solemnly swear, whatever? And she goes, "I'm sorry, what?" And then the judge goes, "Do you swear to tell the truth?" She goes, "Yes, ma'am."
Tell the truth.
The judge was not having any of her bullshit about it being too hard because the judge knows, like, we do this all the time. There might have been a technical issue on the court side because it being a different switch and setup, but it's not something like, oh, this isn't going to work. So there was, they covered at first, let's see here. I just got notes. Judge has been allowed to. I have a note saying allowed to. I don't know what. Okay. Oh. So the first motion they handled was her most recent contempt motion for holding him in contempt because he didn't turn in the visitation forms by the 2-week deadline that the judge had ordered, per her words in her document, right? Mm-hmm. And the way Brian explained it, and I was very confident this was going to be the type of explanation. Brian said, I filled it out. It sounds like if he filled it out in May, sent it in, didn't hear anything back, and it's a really slow process. They're slow to react. Plus, like you just send it in. You're not going to call them every week. Hey, am I approved? Am I approved? Whatever. And he went and called them, or he submitted it again last week on Friday, 8/22. And then the judge, to Miss Boone, said something along the lines of, well, it sounds like he, has submitted it, and he submitted it again last Friday. So what are the issues? And then she goes down her first rabbit hole. She's like, well, is he allowed to ignore the court orders when he's under oath? And I haven't seen him for 9 months. She's like, I mean, this is all shorthand kind of, right? Because she's going at a mile a minute.
It was 9 months where she couldn't have seen anyone. She was being transported to the.
She said she knows for a fact, that no applications have been received and there have been no attempts. And they missed the 2-week deadline. I mean, a lot of this is going to sound like emotions because that's what she was kind of just arguing the same shit. And they had the 2-week deadline, they swore to oath, and the attorney volunteered, and this was ongoing 9 months. They disregarded the verbal order and instruction. The judge kind of cuts her off, I think, at this point. And then the response from Brian's attorney was, okay, so contempt is a willful violation. And then he read, just like I did, he read from the section of her case management thing from 529 where it says, the bunch of words, right? The respondent brought up a verbal issue about the visitation thing. No pending motion had been filed, and there's no deadline, no order, no notice of contempt. It's it's inappropriate to hold in contempt when there is no order. And so responds back with, thank you, but under oath, he said he made an attendance counsel, and you need to enforce the verbal statements because he lied. And the judge basically cuts her off. No, it doesn't cut her off. So 9 months, there's no legitimate record. 9 months, and he was under oath. How do I ensure it's been done? How do I ensure, Your Honor? Like the classic pro se move of starting to ask questions of the court or asking legal advice, right? Just the idiocy of doing that. And then it kind of just stopped, and the judge denied the motion for contempt for all the reasons listed before, right? There was no order.
So much nerve. All she did was lie on the stand.
Well,
that motion. Well, go ahead.
Oh no, I was going to say that the judge really seemed irritated with her when she was trying to push the whole contempt thing, and
this is family court.
There's no order. Yeah, there's no order. So how can he be in contempt?
He's the one taking care of their child, and was before this whole thing happened. Like, she's just got. The judge.
And honestly, Brian's story came across as truthful. We know how bureaucracy is with the government, right? So if you fill out a form and you send it in, I mean, unless they tell you need to do something else, I'm not sure what you're going to do, right? But it's not number one priority for him. And it's not like you didn't do it. He filled it out, sent it in. The next one, so that was denied. I'd like to break it down.
Good.
What are you going to say, Eric?
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I knew it would be, right? Just like I said, I'm a fucking genius. The way I called this down. I should have been putting money in Vegas on this as a parlay. I got all these options right. Okay, so the motion to appear, which I said would never be granted. So the judge doesn't even bother going into an explanation of like, well, this is untimely, and this is why we're by the phone. That does not bother with any of that. She just goes, regarding your motion to appear, do you still want to argue that? And she goes, it just like kind of pauses and says, well, I'm on the telephone, so it's no good. It's no good now. And then, and instead of the judge explaining this is late, etc., she just goes, so do you want to withdraw the motion then? And she's like, I guess. Okay, motion withdrawn. Like that right away. That's the point that I knew the judge is not gonna be dealing with Sarah's bullshit today.
Yeah.
Because that could have easily been a quagmire of explaining and everything when you don't need to. This is what it was sent. You didn't have a motion earlier to appear, and you don't need to be here. Frankly, right?
That was hilarious.
Next,
I thought when the judge told her, and so you would have, you want to withdraw your, yeah. I mean, she really kind of had an attitude with the judge over that.
Oh,
Get
really?
out of here.
She wasn't expecting it. She wasn't expecting it. She would be like, "Well, what do you mean? What do you mean withdraw?" Like that option had never like crossed her mind. She's thinking, "You're gonna have to deny my motion." You're like, "No, you want to withdraw it because it's pointless. We're already here."
It's just when Sarah said that, when she said, "Well, I'm here via telephone," that the tone, the inflection, the tone of voice that she said that to the judge, I was surprised the judge didn't, snap back at her, because of had a sarcastic tone the way she said it, like, "Well, I'm here by telephone." It's like,
Yeah.
yeah, of course that motion is out the window,
I mean, I always say this, but she doesn't understand anything. She has learned, she knows less about law than she did before she was arrested.
But she has that expensive law book.
Yeah, $600 right down the shitter.
She really did not like. She was not. I'm sure she had some kind of idea of what she thought was going to be argued today, but it was completely wrong. I'm not sure how she got it completely wrong since it's so obvious. I even quizzed Sue next year before this. I was like, "What we're going to decide," and they got it right away. Sarah not only didn't know before the hearing somehow. Even after the judge kept telling her what they were deciding, she kept having to be reminded up until even the very end. But okay, so the next motion after that was the petition for relocation to Gainesville, and so it was everyone remembers, it was a temporary order back when they filed it. Right, she only agreed to temporary, and instead of permanent, right, because her trial wasn't over yet, and Sarah says, no opposition. So they go, okay. The judge goes, we're going to adopt the findings from February 2023, motion granted, right? Then Sarah says, but can I say anything about that petition? And
well, she just did.
The judge says, I only need you to say something if you oppose it. He goes, well, I contest some points within the motion in the petition for modification. She thought they were talking about, for some reason at this point, they were talking about all the pending motions, like the alimony and everything. I don't know why. Because she clarified to Sarah, we're only talking about the relocation for Gainesville, and she said, well, I suppose as it applies to the parenting plan. Which, spoiler alert, Sarah claimed she did not know the parenting plan was on the agenda today, even though she was asked. Well, she didn't file an updated parenting plan, so it's consistent with her stupidity somehow. But I think she's just so hyper focused on the money. that she doesn't get, and there's also some confusion with what parenting plan they're talking about, which was very funny later. Uh, so, so they go, okay, we're gonna talk about the parenting plan, and we're gonna talk about the alimony, attorney's fees, and child support. Those are the four issues we need to decide. So we do. She says brief opening statements, and let's see. Martel starts with a reduced opening statement, as he said, since she didn't object to the portion of the permanent relocation. She just objected to the parenting plan adjustment, if that makes sense, what I'm talking about. So within the motion to relocate was the change also in terms of visitation and that kind of stuff. So she's objecting to the parenting plan portions of the relocation motion, which will kind of become clear later. But so they were asking for, if you don't remember, 1 monthly visit at the correction. So I've also interjected here. So before we went into trial, I did overhear Brian talking to his lawyers, because he's very animated, right? And Brian has a totally, completely reasonable position. He is not trying to restrict her from her son, like cut her off, like we all would imagine that should happen, right? But he had said, yeah, no, I don't. So he had no problem with a weekly call. He had no problem with driving him out there to the correctional facility once a month for an in-person visit. But he wants sole parental responsibility. And let's see. The contention essentially comes down to owed money. Their position is Brian Boone is owed money from Sarah Boone due to lack of child support in terms of her imputed income, or something like $370 a week, right? The money that Brian had provided her, whether they're gifts or not, for 3 years, which we'll get into. There's a lot more money that was going to her than we previously needed, and the attorney's fees. But he said, "Oh, go ahead."
Sorry, it just there's a clicking and on.
Oh, it's my pen. Sorry, it's my pen. I'm clicking it like a nervous clicking.
You're ruining
stop.
lives.
I don't think it's your pen.
I don't think it is either, actually. But try stopping that, and then we see what happens.
Yeah, I was probably tapping and stuff.
No,
now it's clicking. It's like
It's clicking again.
Yeah, it's not your pen. It's like
not a pen.
something. I don't know how to just. You hear it too, right?
I hear it.
Yeah.
I think it's just the microphone.
Maybe it sounds.
It can
to me
only
like
be so good.
Rattling around, which is why I thought it was on my end, because my setup is kind of. But
hold on, I'll reset my headphones a sec. Brian, or not Brian. See, actually, don't feel so bad. I just called Larry Brian.
You call me a cat all the time.
Brian Boone. Larry, fill the dead air a sec.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. To me, it seemed like she was testing the judge at times, and the judge was constantly having to get her back on track because she kept going off on subjects or questions that had nothing to do with why they were there, the business at hand. And I'm surprised that, this judge is very Cranick-esque, if that's a word.
yeah, it is now.
Reminded neither one of them is going to put up with her crap. It just, and it made me wonder. I wonder if Cranick put a bug in her ear. Hey, you're about to meet Sarah Boone. Just heads up, you better keep her under control, or she'll go off and
I had that
into
thought
the woods.
too, but I do think that these judges see a lot. Most judges don't put up with a lot. I mean, What
But
you
with
say?
that
I mean,
said,
also,
I'm surprised this went for 4 hours.
yeah, well,
It wouldn't have gone on
Am
if
I still
Sarah.
clicking?
I
Am
don't
I
hear
still
it now.
clicking?
Hear me out.
I don't hear it
Okay.
now.
I don't.
The reason it went on will become very obvious when we get to that point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh
All
no,
right,
it's
go
just it's
finish.
just that it's yeah it just it made me think that Judge Jackson reminded me so much of Judge Kranik and how he didn't put up with any of Sarah's shenanigans either. It just it made me think, how did he talk to her? Hey, you're about to meet the worst defendant you've ever met in your life, so just be prepared to to keep her under control. It just and I don't want to spoil the any like spoiler
Well,
alerts. So I don't want to give it away, but like he said, it'll become a more apparent here in a minute when he gets to that. I don't know. What did you think that?
I thought she seemed very fair. As much, she seemed like somebody that adheres to the law, like is very, very respectful of what the law says, and can navigate like personal feelings, right? I think if Brian had come in with a shit position, even though Sarah is a terrible person, I think she'd rule in Sarah's favor. I don't think that's going to happen here, right? But she's very fair. Just because Brian's side is much more succinct and polished, she wasn't letting him off on certain things, which we'll get to. But essentially, what Brian's position is with his lawyer, he said, we're willing to waive all the money owed. We feel it should just be no money from the future or from here on out, right? Mainly that's because.
Did anyone say
what?
that? Did he say that?
That's what Brian's attorney said. They're willing to, there's counter. It's not counterclaims, but he's claiming alimony is owed. They're claiming they don't owe it, and that she owes money, but they are willing to accept that neither owes the other any money now. Even though they can demonstrate that Brian has provided this money and he didn't need to because she had no financial need for it. Real quick before we stack up, I'm going to hit the super chats real quick. And before I say the super chats, I do want to say thanks to, obviously Larry's here. We also met HR Mama. Is it Edie or Eddie? Edie, right? Edie was here today. Wait, Edie what?
DBD.
EDBD. Okay. EDBD. HR Mama's husband was here. I feel like he's probably a little less into true crime than us, but he is a great and loving husband and supportive, right?
Support.
And Tanika obviously showed up, and then I think I had the name. I think it was Vat or Vet. She said her name got reset, but one other person was there, and I didn't fully catch her name. Everyone knew who I was because they were wearing a shirt, but I was like, but I don't know who you are.
There was a total of seven of us all together.
They didn't know who you were, or you didn't know who they were.
I didn't know who they were by their faces because, like, I don't see screen names, so but people kept saying like, I know you. You're HearMeowt. I'm like, cool. Am I supposed to know who you are?
Yeah.
Like just based off, I don't remember all names and images, but
right.
Yeah.
I'm curious who they were, if they're creators, but.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
No.
Danielle told me that it was EDBD was going to be there.
Right.
The other one, she's from Miami. It was something like that or Vet. It started with a V.
Vivica 10.
Maybe that's it. Yeah, from Miami.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just going to hit these real quick, and while they're playing, I'm going to do the long super chat song here.
I've got to step away from
Cash, claws, money, meow, meow, hear me out. Wigs, voices, money, meow, meow, hear me out. Copyright strikes, meow, meow, hear me out. True crime, morals, meow, meow, hear me out. The latest streams, money, meow, meow, hear me out. Exterior questions, money, meow, meow, hear me out. Math errors raging, meow, meow, hear me out. No real talent, meow, meow, hear me out.
I didn't finish them, but I'll just read off the names. Okay, so
You can write them
Rita
in.
H, pretend judge, Joe the Pode, Barry Adams, Cindy G / Florida Cat Mama, Rap Irish, Melody Kate, Kelly, yeah, Barry Adams again. Oh, thank you, twice. Jeez, great job, or thank you all, and Modern Memes Shop, $5 super chat or super sticker, and Gail Marini super sticker. So thank you all. This is really really overwhelming and uh, very emotional for me. Anyway, what was I gonna say? So willing to waive it, and then basically just reads the motion as he had originally put it in. This is his opening statement again, right? Claims that financial assistance was provided by Brian as commissary. Mutual. Some of my pick and scratch is not.
I don't know. Your printer was
Oh
beautiful.
yeah. The storage unit with no legal obligation either. So that was another thing I was surprised when Brian rented a U-Haul himself, packed up all her shit out of that apartment himself.
I know.
Moved all of her shit into the storage locker himself, and then continued to pay $240 a month for that storage locker for her shit himself.
And she's complaining.
What?
And she's complaining.
Yeah, and she says in one of her letters to the court, she goes through all of this, and then proceeds to complain about the fact that she tried to find a solution in every which way and form, and all she was trying to do is find ways to, as she does. And I was like, after reading what you just explained that he went through for really no reason, because if I were Brian, your shit would have been auctioned off to some stranger a long time ago. Like,
yeah, the best case scenario, it's going to Goodwill.
Yeah.
Like.
Well, that's
Oh
great.
my gosh.
Yeah.
So I'm going to clear this up right now because this was one of the big mysteries, right? What happened to the heirlooms? What happened to the storage unit? I don't know if they discussed it on the other things, but I know XJ probably doesn't know. So just as I said, I theorized if they was auctioned off, that Brian seems like a person who would have at least contacted Philip and said, "Hey, do you want any of your family's heirlooms and stuff? Like, come get them before they're auctioned off." No, that's not at all what happened. Brian went down when he decided, why am I paying $240 for the storage locker because she's going to be in prison forever, right? He went down. He packed up all the valuable items, the heirlooms. He packed up her mother's china. It is at his house, and he has said any relative of hers can come and get this stuff at any time for free. Like, there's no payment. Just come get this stuff. He did not throw away any of her shit. What he did was, and this was what I overheard prior to court, right? The stuff that was left in there was a bunch of garbage bags of shit, like old clothes, broken crap. Because remember, he had to go in and just clean the entire apartment.
That's her heirlooms. Those are her heirlooms.
He wasn't like packing it up nicely, like, oh, well, let's get rid of this and this. He had to clear out all of her stuff. He had to vacate the property, which he did, but he's not going to go through and start sorting it like Storage Wars, right? He said, I believe what I heard him say was it was at most maybe $200 worth of stuff left in there when the storage unit was abandoned and auctioned off. If it was even auctioned up, I think he probably did it because he didn't. I don't want to take a trip to the dump, and he's already in Gainesville at that point, right? So it's a complete lie that she said, "I lost all my family heirlooms and all this stuff," because Philip can come and get this shit at any time, anytime. What I had an idea was, what if Sarah had already pawned family heirlooms at that point? Because there's a pawn shop right by their apartment.
Yeah.
What is the best way to explain missing heirlooms?
Yeah.
Brian did something with them.
No missing heirloom. Nobody puts jewelry in a storage space. And to think that she went on and on about this and he kept the stuff for her is so infuriating.
Yeah. That's,
All right, I have a question, but I don't want to
imagine that-
ruin the
Yeah.
flow.
No, go on.
no, you don't. No, go ahead. Any question, go ahead at any point.
Because you may have this planned for later, but I need to know what happened to the wonderful Kia Sorento.
Here's the biggest. I think this was personally my biggest disappointment of the trial. The car was never mentioned.
What?
And I think there's one reason for that.
Mhm.
The car was never mentioned because Sarah ran out of time. That was going to be an like hour 8 of her direct questioning.
She was waiting. That was her big finish.
That was a big thing.
A 20-year-old car?
Actually, you know, I did
Derek, that car.
Yeah, I did. You know, you can do the street view on Google Maps where you can like drive through the neighborhood. And they have an option, which I hadn't noticed before. But if you're going through, like, just say the Tealwood Apartments, for example, and you're looking for number 3, they say they give you an option of multiple dates. So I went, and one of the options,
Right.
like this year and then 2018. So I did 2018, and there's the Kia Sorento right in front of apartment 8.
Ah.
Yeah, it's gorgeous, that car. It's quite the machine.
Derek, that car was probably squished into a cube and shipped off to China and made into patio
Yeah.
furniture by
Well,
now.
it was
I mean, it's
probably twisted into a cube while Sarah had it because she used
That's
to
true.
drive to and from Muldoon's, which is across the street.
well, can you imagine all the crap that
So-
was probably in that car?
Believe me, I tried to
Yes,
zoom
yes.
in. I was surprised I couldn't see any.
It's probably full of like empty cigarette packs and like
Vomit and
yeah, or like empty Mike's
Urine.
card or vodka bottles. But anyway, the car was never. That's a perfect question. We can just address it now, so there's no built-up suspense and let down later, like I felt to the court. When I did hear about the car, I was like, I should have never fucking come here.
yeah. I had a question too, but
I flew across the country to hear about this car.
yeah, I want to know
I've
what
done
happened.
5,000 miles.
2011.
Yeah, we know what was happened to it. Somebody just said it found proof it was scrapped. We know what happened to it, but it never was brought up by Brian because it's irrelevant to this case. And Sarah ran out of time with bullshit before she could get to that to chapter 27
You
of
know,
her cross-examination.
she doesn't
So-
understand what's important.
Here's and also this covers like she picked up. Brian was very adamant. I had to do it because she has no one. She has no friends. She burns all of her bridges. Right? She had no one that was willing to help her, and I did it. And you could see that. You could hear the frustration and just the insanity in his voice, being like, "I can't believe I am being blamed when I'm the only person that did anything, and I still have her valuable shit at my house, but I'm being blamed that her stuff got lost when she's in prison."
Did he say that, or was it just?
No,
time?
I did, that was along the lines, like not to the verbatim
Right.
of the in prison, right? But you could hear the exasperation in his voice. He verbatim said, though, she has no friends because she burned all of her bridges. She has no one in her life.
Good.
Brian said that?
Yes, to his attorney pre-trial. Like
Oh, okay.
it was loud enough that I could hear it, right? Because, like I said, he was getting the most. No, side note. This was weird. It is not based on what I heard there, plus what I heard later from his attorney and the attorney's brother was there as like his brother's assistant, like legal assistant or something. His attorney, I don't know that he knew anything or much about the criminal case, and I don't even know that they talked that frequently because
Probably not.
he was almost discussing. He was reiterating, like reviewing.
Pull him in?
Are you okay? Are you okay with the 1 monthly visit? Are you okay with the 1 monthly check-in? And beforehand, right? Which, it would seem like that would have been like polished, like well understood beforehand,
No.
which is fine. That's how it works, I guess.
You have to pay a lawyer for every second you fill them in on stuff. So they probably, I think, especially for cases like that, there's a lot of that where like you have time before the trial, you kind of catch up then.
Because the things that Brian was saying to him live when he was answering the questions, is stuff that he later said in his opening statement, right? And stuff. So I'm not criticizing the lawyer at all. He's very professional, and he actually reminded me of what actor was it? Let's see. He's been in everything. Where is he? He was in Mission Impossible 3 as the double agent guy. Oh, Billy Crudup. He from behind his voice could have been a spot on. Even Billy Crudup can play him. I'll just say that, if you know who Billy Crudup is.
Yeah.
Right. His face probably wouldn't match, but the cadence and the voice, very Billy Crudup like. So he goes into, he averaged spending $600 a month in past and expenses. Right. February 2020, Miss Boone said she is no longer employed, but you can impute, or she's no longer doing a timeshare with child care. $370 child support based on minimum wage, with imputing $60,000 to Brian Boone. The fact that, and this is where it comes down to the difference in alimony versus child care, the fact that the motion was filed in 2022 is irrelevant to back child support. So you could retroactively clear child support in terms of saying, hey, it's back to the point of failure to exercise timeshare responsibility. Does that make sense to everyone? So, for instance, the alimony itself, Brian did not file a petition to modify it until April of 2022. That is the checkpoint for then, hey, and that's why I stopped paying alimony. And going forward from there, he's in the clear. But he's got a problem with the fact he didn't pay alimony before he filed the motion. But with child support, it goes back to the date of failure to exercise timeshare. So even though he didn't file it until 2022, it goes right all the way back to the time she started to fail to timeshare, which was February 2020. Does everyone follow it along?
Yeah.
Like, that's written into the law.
Yeah. And that's the biggest thing. That's the biggest thing that worries me, really, as far as what the judge might rule.
I mean, technically, she did it before then, but.
Well, I'm not worried about it, but
no, but I mean, like you were pointing out, the date as far as the child support is different than the alimony. Now, you know, the child support, that's a done deal. You know, she can't be paid child support if she's not taking care of the kid. But the alimony and that, you know, like you were explaining about the date, that's why I'm like, well, you know, it depends on how the judge interprets it, you know, whether or not.
Right. Because the argument of alimony is no longer due is a subjective argument to be argued by the court versus it's written into law. Like there's no ambiguity. She stopped doing timeshare February 2020, so therefore child support imputes from there by law. The next portion he goes in. Oh, do you have a question?
I wonder if she can override that. You know.
Well, it depends on if she's going to rule by the letter of the law, or
Right,
if she's going to rule by the letter of the law or the spirit of the law.
Right.
No,
you know.
Right.
No, wait. Why would the judge overrule the alimony portion or the child support?
Well, the child support part, because
the alimony.
there are a lot of extenuating, and either one, because there are a lot of extenuating circumstances here. You know.
No, wait. I'm explaining it wrong. The law is in Brian's favor with the child support. He could have filed it last week.
Okay.
He could have filed it last week, and it automatically goes back to the time it is provable that the timeshare responsibility stopped.
Okay.
Right.
It doesn't have to be done, and then you can stop, and then you can say, "Oh, well, now she." In other words, he doesn't have to file for her.
That's not the thing that makes you concerned. The child support.
No. The filing does not affect the fact that she owes $370 on paper when she fails to exercise timeshare, because at that point, the one parent has 100% timeshare. Therefore, there is no child support needed to go to the other parent who is never taking care of the child, right? You just have to prove when the timeshare stopped.
Which is the day of the arrest.
But
Yeah.
you're right. But the alimony does matter on when you file to alter it.
I mean, that makes sense, I guess.
It does make sense. And the law, I think, it makes, because otherwise people could just stop paying and then go, well, I'm not going to pay until the court says I had to, and then pay the back portion, right? And then file later and say, oh, by the way, the reason I didn't pay for the last 10 years is because of this, right? Even though you were ordered previously. So it does make sense. Next, they covered the $14,000 in attorney's fees that Brian has paid to just Joshua Martell. He didn't know the amount that he had paid to his previous attorney, which is the one that basically wrote up the amendment to the parenting plan in 2022, initially before Josh Martell filed to have a hearing and everything, the one that was eventually delayed because she had a criminal trial which needed to be settled first. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because she wouldn't just sign. So this is where it becomes important for attorney's fees. She would not sign the adjustment to the changes in the parenting plan when Brian prepared it, being like, hey, we gotta amend the parenting plan, saying like I have full timeshare right now. I don't need to run all major decisions by you, etc., etc. Like common sense things for one of these parents is in jail, and since he wouldn't sign it, that's when he got Joshua Martell and he filed the first thing. This one, and then he highlighted, in fact, that this morning was the first time Sarah Boone had ever done any concession on anything, by the fact that she agreed to the relocation, just not necessarily parenting plan aspects of it, right? That was the very first concession that had ever happened from Sarah. And this is to demonstrate the reason for the attorney's fees, because Sarah concedes nothing. And the judge even argued at the time, when she insisted that it's temporary, this relocation order, that there was no articulable reason to object to the relocation order. And Sarah didn't have one. She couldn't provide any reason to object. She just insisted that it has to be temporary. This sports 2 years of attorney's fees. And so he's asking the court to consider attorney's fees in part of the equitable settlement. And I like this. In order to fix the, quote, chaos by Sarah's ongoing defiance. I know he put that in there because she hates that fucking word, right?
Yeah.
There is no other word for it. But I think I turned around to Larry at that point, and he's like, chaos.
There were several times where you looked over your shoulder at me, and I was like face palming what she, what if Sarah said something. You're just like, it was like back and forth. Like you can't make this shit up. Just the stuff
Right.
that happened in court today. It was just so amusing. Like he'd look over his shoulder at me, and I'd kind of like shrug my shoulders or do a face palm. Like I can hear you, brother. I can't believe this crap either.
So that, okay, what?
Okay, go ahead.
So then his next argument, which is what I was covering before, he wants her to consider applying the attorney's fees towards the technical violation, and that is the technical violation. He stopped paying the alimony before he filed an amendment to alter it. It's called a technical violation because he technically didn't do it right? Date of position versus non-payment, and but they're not conceding that any after the amendment was filed that there should be any alimony owed, right? So they're not necessarily saying yeah, we agree that alimony should be paid, but they're saying they're basically saying, okay, fine. Let's say we owe the alimony before, you don't even have to consider that, but since we're considering that, now let's look at all the reasons that she has cost more money than she missed out on.
Mm-hmm.
and said there's no need of living expenses and it's appropriate to terminate. In addition, we find out that there's $4,000 sitting at the clerk of courts that Brian had paid into the Florida County Clerk of Courts that had never been released to Sarah, and I believe this was probably the cumulative child support, just based on the number of months. If you figure $100, just over 3 some years, that would be Brian Boone's. So they're asking for it to be released to Brian Boone.
They want to release
Miss Boone alleges what?
They want to release to Brian.
That's what his attorney is saying. Like the $4,000 should be released to Brian for care of the child. Miss Boone alleges personal property. He has moved items out of storage. Relatives can pick up their shit at any time. Then
I would leave it in a dumpster.
Well, don't forget about the that $4,000 that her objection to that.
Well, that's coming up. That's when her response, right? Well, I mean, let's let Suma and Eric stare at guess. So there's $4,000 in child support that is sitting at the clerk of courts, and they want it released to Brian Boone. What do you think Sarah's response would that be? Because she's already said, you don't owe me the $100, et cetera, et cetera. But what is her stipulation on that $4,000?
Give me money. Give me money. Give me money.
No. She wants control over how it's spent
on the son.
Yes.
It's all to be spent on fish soap.
Yeah, $4,000 worth of fish soap.
Yeah,
that's about
accumulated.
Yeah.
So this is the portion where the judge highlights that they are conceding that 15 months in alimony was not paid as a technical violation before the filing, and his attorney said yes. They're arguing the other payments. I was confused by this because I don't know where they got 15 months. If he stopped paying in February 2020 and they wasn't filed until April 2022, that is 26 months. That isn't 15 months. So there might be other information along there, but they're essentially saying, yeah, sure, okay, we owe the 15 months because he didn't do it right. But it's not going to matter because of all this other stuff. So hopefully everyone's following that. And it really is going to be, I would be shocked if she did not come with the ruling that he does owe the $15,000 on the technical, because you can't set bad precedent. It could get appealed. Judges don't like to get appealed. Right? It's pretty clear in the law. You can't just do something without court's permission, or at least putting in a motion to do it. I think Brian probably thought, and this is what it seemed based on his testimony, Brian believed that they had worked out an arrangement where because he was sending like $600 to commissary and paying other things and sending like to a Zelle account instead of the prior, he made the comment that she didn't have access to the account that the alimony was previously going into, the 30-year bank account. So sending the money there she doesn't have access to it. It doesn't really work. So they came up with their own independent agreement, and I think Brian was probably just naive in doing that, thinking that he wasn't going to get popped for that, because she was going to say, "Well, you didn't pay me alimony since this point, right?" And hopefully, everyone's following along with that. So that's the end. That's the end of his opening statement. So Sarah Boone comes on with her opening statement. She's like, "Thank you, Your Honor. I will do my best. I'm having to represent." That's much of the words I wrote here. I'm having to represent. I just would like to remind the court that I'm having to represent myself pro se, and I'm doing my best with limited resources. The evidence is in the courtroom, and I am on the telephone, and I am not able to see everything that is being presented.
Almost verbatim from her time as a pro se as a criminal in her criminal trial, almost verbatim the same speech.
Yeah.
I'm doing the best
The
I
same
can.
bullshit.
I know, and everyone knows that had I known, I would have been prepared. I understand. I just don't understand, please.
Luminessa, I just saw this comment here. He paid, so there is fluctuations in this, but he paid her based on, and I asked HR Mama this because I wasn't sure of the details. He, according to his testimony, and I could be wrong, but what it sounded like was he was giving her $600 in Zelle money, and in addition to that, paying for other expenses. Does that make sense?
Also,
So it
she
was
spent
cash
almost-
and
almost-
expenses.
She spent almost what her rent was in Winter Park in her townhome on
Right.
emails that never got answered or read.
You mean right now in prison?
Yeah.
$600 on what?
No, this was back in jail.
No, she spent more than this on her emails because it's like 50 cents an email or $1 an email or something.
Oh yeah. We get into different fees here, but like the 240 for the storage unit, the 240 for the storage unit is not part of that $600, from my understanding. You get what I'm saying, X-Ray?
Christ.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, is Brian still?
So
Well, you know, being married to a woman like Sarah is enough to drive anyone.
I mean, it's a pretty easy act to follow.
So I've got most of this is shorthand here for the rest of her bullshit, but we can all imagine, you can fill in the blanks where there's missing it, but this is our usual script. I have the first word is fees written down. I don't know. I was guessing that's in reference to attorney's fees, but the next one is there's been a failure of communication. I think actually she's just reading her pre-trial statement at this point. The 33-page one, she's reading from that at this point. They failed to they failed to exhaust the mediation. Oh, yes. That's what it is. She's like, as far as the attorney's fees, if there had been communication on the behalf of Brian or his attorneys, we would have been able to avoid, going to trial. And if we had exercised the mediation option, which was refused by was a temporary relocation, which I don't know what her point with that was. Like, they filed it as temporary, so it's not my fault that we're back here again, but it 100% is because she demanded it be temporary. They did not take the opportunity to attend the mandatory attorney and self-represented parties meeting for the pre-trial statement, right? The one they skipped a couple months ago. She's defiant in defense of herself and the love of her as a child. She's been 100% transparent and cooperative. She's adamant in her intentions and legally entitled. The only defiance in this case is by the petitioner, his attorney, and the untruthful answers. And then I just got cut off by judge. Cut off by judge. And then this is when the judge said, okay, you're way off base here. This is supposed to be an opening statement.
Did the judge at any point say idiot?
She came close.
Idiot might have been nicer.
She didn't. She wouldn't actually say that, but you got that vibe from her. Like
she didn't have.
You definitely got that vibe. You definitely got that vibe from her.
She said it just with her energy.
Yes,
she was not happy with Sarah's bullshit, and I wonder how much of this happened in that 529 hearing as well. That we didn't hear, right? But I'm sure this was very like that. So you're way off base. So you need to stick to your opening statement. Should be the stuff you're going to present and show with your evidence. So then, totally ignoring that comment, she said, "Are we handling the motion for contempt?" And this is another one where there's a confusion on the exact motion that we're talking about, which both the court and Sarah do at different points on different things. The judge says, "No, ma'am," and she said, so Sarah is talking about her motion for contempt on alimony, the one she filed years ago, right? Her original one, where she's like, when am I going to get my hearing? When am I going to get my hearing? The one that Shanika pointed out that she had filed a cross motion on.
Yeah.
Now, I think actually I'm technically correct because it comes out later that that is going to be decided as part of this, but the motion for contempt that the judge thought she was talking about was the one about the motion for not filling out the visitation forms. And then she said, continue your opening statements. Then Sarah starts. It's just I can't emphasize how much it just went off the fucking rails at this point. She goes, has the court received my exhibits? This is the opening statement. Has the court received my exhibits? And the judge says, we're not talking about evidence, ma'am. And she goes, well, what I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be talking about, my evidence or case. Am I talking about case law? I'm not sure what I'm doing.
No kidding.
Really?
Yeah.
And then she says, if you don't mind, please, I'd like to read from my pre-trial statement. So this is where she again whips out a 33-page bullshit and just starts reading it, which I stopped taking notes on because we have it. She's requesting daily calls, personal space. What does it say? Funnels?
Personal
I don't know.
space.
Personal space.
So this is about her son. She wants to ensure that her son has personal space, and because he's going to be becoming an adult, and he needs to have his own space. She wants 1 to 2 in-person maximum.
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, actually, I think I know what happened here. The judge said, whoa. Okay. Stop. They have said, for instance, we would like to do 1 in-person visit a month. What is your position on that? And she said, I would like to have 1 to 2 in-person visits a month for the maximum allowable time by the correctional institution. And so the judge goes, okay, so you want 2 visits a month for the max time. She goes, I said 1 to 2.
And remember that the judge had to literally hold her hand to walk her through this.
Yes.
You know, getting to what she wanted, getting what she was seeking. She literally had to spoon feed her, you know, to get her, you know, to answer what, you know,
Of course.
basically what she was seeking.
That's the only way Sarah Boone gets anything done. I mean, if we remember the hearing on her shackles, they were like, they had already decided everything, but she was carrying on about all this nonsense that didn't matter.
And she wants to make sure that all holidays are split. And equal time for holidays.
With someone who's
You
in
can't.
prison.
You cannot.
Well, no, you can. You can. Okay, like this Thanksgiving, we're going over to Grandma's. Next Thanksgiving, you're gonna hang out at prison all day. Like,
cool.
Yeah, right. I stand corrected. You can.
Well, yeah, it's like that scene in Goodfellas where his family's visiting him in the joint, and you know everybody's in there with their families, and yeah, it's kind of like.
But it's different.
They're just making, you know, tomato sauce.
They had like their own kitchen and
cutting
stuff.
it with razor blades and.
Yeah.
No, that's only if you're a mobster. I'm not talking about the scene
right,
where
they're mobsters, so you know it's kind of a different like. Although who knows, Sarah might.
And just to let people know, right, we're going through this now, but I do have the actual verbatim language here, and I will be reproducing that as promised in a recreation so that people can listen to it on their own and absorb it when I get home, though.
I remembered my question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Was it brought up, because I think Danielle Chavon may have mentioned this, that she gets money from her monkeys?
That comes up on her cross-examination. It comes up much later, but yeah, it does come up.
Okay.
It comes up by logical conclusion, right? You have expenses, you don't have money, how are you paying for them? Right?
Yeah.
And she has to admit it. But she wants the petitioner to be compelled to include her in all decisions, enforce communication in a positive manner, not negative manner.
Wow.
She wants to have him. She's seeking to simplify, relieve future problems, and she wants him to cooperate. And I think I get the gist of that. I don't know if the judge said that or she said that. I think the judge actually said that. Like, I get the gist of all that. Okay, trying to cut it off because you're just reading her statement at that point, and then Sarah says, "Please, if you don't mind, could we pull up the paper?" And the judge cuts off. It's like, "You're gonna get a chance."
Yeah.
The judge tries to redirect her. He goes, "So they have argued you shouldn't get alimony. Do you believe you should still get $1,000 in alimony?" She's like, "Yes." Then she says, "They have said that you should not get child support. Do you agree that you don't get child support?" And then she said, "Yes," which is interesting, because she didn't say yes before. She said, "I want him to keep the $100 and then spend it at my direction on
as
the
I
child,"
see.
right? Right. Then they said, and the $4,000, they want it returned from the clerk of courts to him. Do you agree with that? And Miss Boone says, only if she has control of the money and how it's spent, because he needs his own space as he becomes more of an adult in his teenage years.
What does that have to do with anything?
He's in his teens.
Well, it does kind of, when you connect this later with what Brian's testimony is about what she says in a lot of the arguments that come up, it does kind of fit in here, but we'll get to that. Judge says, okay, so that's the end of the opening statement. Judge says Joshua Martell goes first, but she's laying it out to Sarah Boone. She's explaining, the fundamentals, the basic thing of court. The petitioner is going to go first. They're going to present their evidence and any witnesses and any documents. You'll have the opportunity to cross-examine those witnesses or object to any evidence submitted. Then you will have the chance to present witnesses and testimony and present any evidence. Then the court does reveal, we received your documents in the mail. So she did mail in a bunch of shit that they had gotten. So they had it, fortunately, or else this really would have gone off the rails. So I just wrote here court rules. It's basically court rules. Okay, then we get to the main event.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna have to dip out. I'll listen and pop in on the chat.
Okay.
That's okay.
All right. This is amazing.
You're missing the best part.
I'll be. I know, but
wait. Just listen to the first line. Okay. Listen to the first line. Joshua Marcello says, I call it Stan Brian Boone. Sarah Boone over the phone says, what is the document, please? And the judge says, it's not a document, ma'am. It's a witness. We're calling Brian Boone.
Heffa?
Okay.
All right. Bye, everyone.
Bye,
and this really reveals to me the mindset of Sarah's stupid little pea brain. She's thinking we're just going over documents. She doesn't understand that documents aren't introduced, or evidence isn't introduced without witnesses that can corroborate it or validate it, lay a foundation. So if everyone remembers, there are actually 3 different parenting plans. We have the original one when they got divorced, where it's the normal timeshare and everything. And then there was the one that they filed in the temporary relocation, which was altering the timeshare because she's in jail and everything. And then there's the most recent one where they're filing for, like, he's going to have not possession, full parental control, right? Sarah does not, I don't think she read the fact that they filed a parenting plan, and that also aligns with the fact that she didn't know the parenting plan was going to be discussed today somehow. I don't know how she missed that, but it does align with that. So he is going to continually reference the second parenting plan changes and or the original one, and either way, it doesn't make any goddamn sense. So since 2020, so Brian, this is Brian testifying. Has Sarah Boone been involved in any major decisions? And he said, no. How would you do that? These are questions from his lawyer to Brian. How would you do that? And he says, I don't know how I would do that. I don't know how to contact her because she's in jail, right? I would just have to wait for her to call and then discuss it with her. And he asked about what is the cadence of the telephonic communication. And Brian said, well, it really varies. So there's weeks with tons of calls, and then there's weeks like last week when there were 0 calls. And he said, well, what is your son's experience, or like, is it negative or is it positive when he's talking to her? And he said it's a coin flip. Either she's upset and doesn't contact or takes it out on him, right? Or she's in a good mood and makes him feel good. So she's very back and forth. Controlling can hear 4 horses, please. Oh yeah. Ask what the relationship is like in terms of how their relationship is together in terms of Lucas. So like in terms of how does her talking to Lucas impact or align with what he is doing or what he says with Lucas? And he says it's totally contrarian. Or he says he believes it's totally contrarian, right? Where she's basically trying to pit him against his father. He says, I can't hear her. I can't hear the conversation because Sarah forces seclusion whenever Lucas is on the phone. Like, demands that he go somewhere where his father can't hear him. And this was a very interesting point. He brought up like that his son will get upset with him because, it was something along the lines of exactly like with the bird feeder, right? So we see this in the text messages, like Lucas wants a bird feeder, he wants this, he wants this book, he wants this, he wants this. So Brian's explanation, this is where he really started. These are all great answers so far, but this is really good. He goes, kids want all kinds of things, but that's what birthdays and Christmases are for, right? As a gift. But what he'll do is he will tell his mom he wants something, and his mother will tell him, your father is going to buy that. Your father needs to buy that for you. Go tell him you want him to buy it. So then he goes to his dad and is like, I want you to buy this. Brian says, no, you don't have a birthday or anything, and you got this for this birthday or whatever. You can't just have everything you want. And then Sarah treats that as he is defying her, or like ignoring his wishes.
Yeah.
Right? And I was like, oh, damn.
Needs and wants.
Yeah.
Disgraceful.
Concerns over her.
Yeah. Did she ask him if he drinks in front of the child?
Oh yeah, that's coming up.
Oh yeah. Oh God.
That's a lot.
I don't know.
I'm not gonna spoil it.
I don't remember exactly what the line was here, but it's something about her decisions. Oh yes. He said, "Do you have a concern with her decisions?" He said yes. He had concerns over her domestic
decisions.
I think this was domestic abuse was the first thing. I don't know. It says DMAB. I think the second word is abuse, but then he said she doesn't make good decisions even without alcohol. I believe she has issues. And then since it was originally 50-50 timeshare, right? He said, well, before she was incarcerated, was she exercising the 50-50 timeshare? And he said, no, she was not. And he estimated it to be 30%.
Good.
And he gave examples of, she would do the regular thing where she's having him Sorry, 1 second here. My wife is texting me. Go ahead and chat amongst yourselves. 1 second.
Okay, we'll talk about your wife.
Don't talk about my wife. Actually, I'll put up some of the super chats here a sec. My pro se client, thank you for the $45 in Dutch kroners. Democratic North Korean thanks you for your work. And CJ in Pennsylvania, $5. Thank you very much. Dylan needs a current insurance card. I will try find one. And by the way, well, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just trying to fill the air while you were busy. I was just saying that the level of control that she still wants from behind bars is just the audacity.
Now even more, because before she was just out getting drunk and living her best life, which is not, which is pretty amazing that was her best life. But now that she has nothing else to do, this is her focus.
There's only two things you can do in prison. That's get better and get worse. And I think she's going to get worse.
Yeah, she doesn't get better. She's worse than ever.
She doesn't have a hobby anymore. Drinking was her hobby, and now that's
horrible. So always horrible. I mean, since we've met her, like there's not one. I cannot say this about anyone else, I don't think, but there's not one positive second with her. She's just all evil, like all toxic and sadistic and selfish. She's just, there's nothing there that's good. It's
there's only one I wouldn't call it a quality, more like a character trait. There's only one character trait that she has that is even remotely admirable, and that's the tenacity. She doesn't give up even when it's obvious that she should. She just doesn't. She doesn't quit.
She can't read a room. She has no self-awareness.
Well, okay, but serial killers have tenacity. You know, they're doing the same thing. It's not a.
No, that's why I said it's not a quality. It's more like a trait. You know, like some people are
one trait.
Yeah,
okay.
It's like a character trait.
Right, and I had that thought because I thought, she would be. I mean, again, if she was a completely different person with that trait, she would have made a good defense attorney because she believes, she's vehement about the innocence of herself, certainly, and she's a hardened criminal.
Well,
it's like the tenacity of like she's beating a dead horse until it's ground beef. I mean, it just
Yeah, and she's adamant. She's just, you cannot tell her otherwise.
She'd make the perfect POW because she doesn't know how to break, basically. I mean, sooner or later she's going to, but right for the moment she just like doesn't know when to quit and it's 100% obvious that she,
and there's nothing to back it up. She doesn't understand anything at all about anything. It's mind-blowing, actually, like just her lack of being able to comprehend anything or learn anything or know what she should be doing. Or, I mean, she is carried on.
Well, she always knows what to do and how to do it and when to do it.
Yeah, exactly. And then statements like that, which make it look even more ridiculous.
And I also wanted to reiterate, Brian's demeanor through this whole testimony is the most reasonable testimony you could get from anybody ever in any parenting situation. Like everything comes across as logical, believable. He did not have any. He did not get flustered, inappropriately flustered. Right? He didn't try to combat her back. I think a little bit at the beginning, just like a dash. But I think he pumped the brakes, knowing like she's going to self-implode, self-destruct here.
Yeah.
Because she kept cutting him off, and when she questions, which comes up, she's 100% aggressive. But he says, I was not. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Were you guys done with your side?
Yeah, I was just like you were checking the text, so I just figured.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, no, I got it. Needed proof of insurance. I sent it over to him. So he said it wasn't exercising 30%, and it was very chaotic because she would just leave him with Brian and saying, "Oh, you can have him," and then she would show up and say, "Oh, well, I want him tomorrow night, and I want him the next 2 days." And Brian would say, well, these are my days for the schedule. And she's like, well, yeah, but I haven't seen him. So it was very, very disorganized, very random. And he felt he would be called just to pick him up because he wants to drink and she doesn't want to drive him to school the next day. He says before the arrest, she was in her own little world. Next question by the attorney was, she can't contribute monetarily for decisions, correct? And he said, no, she can't contribute monetarily. So then it was brought up, this is another great example. His lawyer was great as well. So the only parents that can pay for the decisions that are made jointly, right, is you, correct? And he's like, yes. So if anything was decided, you are on the hook for it. He said, yes. And he said, and this is again where Brian's entirely reasonable. He goes, with major decisions, I don't mind input. I just don't want it to be legally binding that I have to, Sarah wants him to go to soccer camp and I have to pay for that, and I necessarily can't, right? I don't mind. So again, it's very reasonable. He said, I don't mind.
He's raising this child alone.
I can't be legally bound, right? And so, if there's a major decision, again, how would it be made? He's like, I would have no way of getting her input, right? So if there was a decision, I can't contact her. I would have to wait for her to contact me. It doesn't make any sense. And I don't know what the first part he answered, I guess, and his answer was he doesn't hear the phone calls. I think they were referring to like what is the nature, or like how does he feel, or does she say anything on these calls or something like that? But he said, I guess, I don't hear the phone calls. So we know this is all projection by Sarah when she's saying like he's standing there monitoring her or whatever. Yeah. I'm guessing it is something, and this is again where he is taking something that happens and totally misconstruing or misunderstanding what is happening. And so let's say they're on the phone, right? And all of a sudden it's 10 o'clock, like, hey, we need to go to bed, right? Oh, well, Brian's been there the whole time,
Yeah, and we know that the best way to find out about what she does is what she says other people do. And
right.
Many times she has described Brian's behavior as everything that she does. I mean, we know Brian well enough from just what we've seen of him to know that he's not doing any of those things.
It says, do you want to restrict the amount of calls? And he's like, yes, I want one weekly phone call. And he says, they're not free, right? It's $5 for a 30-minute call. And then there were estimates on how much he's spending. He said last month it was $50 to $60.
Oh,
she called
that bitch.
This was another nice little piece of info. She called him last night and this, I don't know what was said, but she was basically kind of, I took it as, this is just reading between the lines here, it was meant to guilt trip Lucas into telling his dad, I don't want to have my calls restricted, Mommy or Daddy. Like, you know what your father is trying to do, right? She called him last night because this comes up later. Do you remember that, Larry? Like,
yeah. I'm not trying not to spoil the. I know you're going by your notes, but yeah, it comes up again later. Yeah.
It comes up later that this was definitely said. I didn't know this at the time, right? But he goes, yes, she called last night. He asked him, do you ever restrict the phone calls or prevent Lucas from answering them? I'm saying the name, but I mean at this point, do you ever prevent him from answering his mother's call? And he said no. Sometimes the phone is dead, or it's not charged, or it's on silent. Right? He is basically giving his son autonomy. Like, hey, you could be a responsible person. If you have a phone and you want it to work, you got to keep it on you, or you got to plug it in to charge it. I'm not gonna be your nanny with this phone, essentially, right?
It's his phone. He can choose to answer it or not. He can choose to leave it
Right.
on. I mean, it's almost like Sarah wants her son to have the phone on 24/7.
Yeah,
So
if
she
he
can.
doesn't answer when she calls, forget it. We've seen
Yeah.
those
And
emails.
if he doesn't answer, it's Brian's fault because Brian is not enforcing a positive communication relationship. What
Because she is.
by that very statement, she doesn't understand how she contradicted herself. If her son wanted to talk to her, he would make sure his phone was charged and on him, right? And then he asked how many in-person visits, and he said none so far. I think it was discussed. Now I kind of missed the names here, but I believe what he said was they were not allowed to do in-person visits of the jail. They were,
Yeah, they're
but
remote.
yeah, you would go to the jail, but you're in a separate building and doing a video conference with the jail at the other building. So you might be on site, but you're not like sitting there with like in the movies with the glass and the phones. Hey, how's it going?
Pressing the hand against the screen, like I love you, Billy.
Yeah, we'll get you out of here. I'm turning my camera back on a
Oh,
little
he's
bit,
got a girlfriend, does he?
and she knows all
Yeah,
about it.
I think he's had one
Oh.
for a while now. Actually, I mean, I think he had one before too. Good.
And Sarah liked to point that out that she knows everything
Yeah.
about her too.
Yeah, it's not a great situation for anyone there.
They clarify how far is the drive, because he's agreed. I will bring him there once a month. That's what he's agreed. He is being very.
But
What's the word?
but if he doesn't, I mean,
Accommodating.
I wonder if she,
Accommodating.
yeah,
Accommodating.
But if let's say that's the decision, and then he doesn't, or the son doesn't want to go for a month or two, then what? Because then she's going to go off.
Well, yeah, that kind of comes up.
Okay.
That kind of comes up, but he's saying how far is the drive, and he says it's basically a 3-hour round trip. So that's why he feels one per month is plenty.
Yeah.
And he points out, we have season tickets to University of Football or University of Florida football and baseball or basketball. I wasn't sure if that was also University of Florida, but he said several season tickets, right? So he's a sports fan. I know he really ragged on him that not going to his first baseball games, but it sounds like he goes to plenty of sporting events. Like, he just didn't go to the baseball game. Like,
why he can even look at a baseball?
He wouldn't say. Well, he wouldn't say. Like, why bring up season tickets? Like, I have season tickets, right? He's taking his son. It was brought up to your point of like, what if he can't make it that month? I think the alternative is like, would you commit 12 visits in a year? He said yes. That would. There's only 4 weekends in a month. If he's doing activities, it's very hard to ensure that you get a visit on one of those months, depending on scheduling for what his activities. Right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I just wish it wasn't 12. I wish it was like 8 to 12. I personally think, given her personality and the situation, that there should be some flexibility there.
Well, she's being flexible. She wants 1 to 2, so she will accept a minimum of 12, but up to 24.
Right. Well,
we learn a little bit about. We learn a little bit about how their son is doing. This was encouraging as well. So I've always been curious, like, how is he doing in school? Right? Is he being bullied? Which is heavy math and science, and he got accepted there. So you obviously have to be smart and qualified to get in there. So he sounds like a smart kid. It sounds like he knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
Brian drives him to school
which is good.
Right. And even if he does want to do it, at least he's getting taught something good.
He's a drama kid. She kept
right, yeah. She's like, musical theater is the future.
He wants to be an engineer. What are you talking about? Whatever it is.
And I'm sure that, and again, like, if we go to remember that argument, I'm sure what it is this is not an easy school. And, or he might complain about, I got a lot of homework. And he's like, he wants musical theater. You're pushing him to do these things he doesn't want. Well, yeah, that's part of being a kid and learning shit, Sarah. Just look, like, Sarah, remember how you didn't learn anything when you were growing up? we're trying to go with the opposite track for you from what you did. We're trying to learn useful skills that we could use in the world, so we're not just drunk winos going.
That's why I got the paint and the puzzles.
It's like the paint, the puzzles. It's like, I don't want to drink. We learned that Brian drives into school every day. It's 22 miles round trip.
Picks him up too.
So it takes some time there. And yeah, both times. So 22 miles round trip, drives him there, picks him up. He's a very good father. And he has lots of homework, which also would impede on, maybe timing of visits, etc. And the number of calls, because remember, there are times where she's calling multiple times a day, multiple days a week. Like, what is he? You're his boyfriend? Or he's your boyfriend, or what the? Monetary issues.
She's worse than a telemarketer.
Good.
She's worse than a telemarketer. Yeah. Like, calling every.
She stopped. I mean, it just sounds like it really just sounds like an overwhelming amount of calls. Like, and she's calling up to get the answer to the B I's.
Text logs and her calls log from before.
Right. So then we get to the monetary issues. So it's true he stopped paying. So this is where, again, when you know the full story, it's much more reasonable what Brian did. He did a technical violation because he didn't do it perfectly right for the law, but this was not just like he stopped or something.
Oh.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep. Gotcha.
What was the last thing you heard me say?
Oh, I'm not listening to you, but I can hear you.
No. Yeah. I heard.
Oh, okay.
You were talking about. No. You were talking about.
I don't remember exactly what you said.
You're talking about we're talking about the calls and the number,
Okay.
calling him constantly. I forgot where you left out on the notes, so I'm trying to answer some stuff in the chat.
He said we get to the monetary issues. So he said it was true he stopped paying alimony in February 22, but it was technically he was stopping paying how he was doing it. She couldn't use the bank account that he had been paying the $1,000 to. So what they would do is he started sending it other ways through Zelle, and then she would keep notes of what he was buying because this was their agreement of like how we were basically going to make up for the alimony in the meantime, and she was keeping tabs, all this kind of stuff. All the stuff that she retroactively now says, well, those were just gifts. Those were above and beyond, and those were not alimony. That was just out of being a nice person, right? What she always says, right? And he said that went on for 1, 2, 3 years. Approximately 600
You're breaking up.
Maybe another chat. Oh, what was the last thing?
I don't know because it's all
You're breaking up.
Am I still breaking up?
A little better.
It's this hotel.
Yeah, I mean, like it sounds like you're moving around. I'm sure you're not, but that's just like right. Like that's the.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Yeah, I know. But now you sound better though.
This hotel. It's just
okay.
All
right, we'll try. Just let me know if I break up more.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you get the part about the agreement of sending money and tracking expenses?
I think so.
So what happened was he stopped paying the alimony directly in 2020 of February because she didn't have access to that bank account. He instead started sending her $600 directly through Zelle or whatever, or onto commissary. And then she would also...
She was complaining about was closed, and this is why.
Right. Because there were a bunch of auto payments on that account that she didn't shut off or whatever, and eventually ran out of money.
Of course, subscriptions.
he was supposed to keep track of the expenses of the things he would buy for her. And this was the agreement that instead of alimony, this is how he was fulfilling the agreement in the way that she could use the money. And he was open to it because, again, he's way nicer than I would have been. But this stopped in February of 2023. After what happened? What do you, or did another stream say what happened? Why did he decide to stop all this bullshit? It's when her first court-appointed attorney gave up. Because he had filed this action to get this modification. The court had said she needs to finish her criminal trial first before this can be altered and amended, right? And as soon as the first lawyer gave up, he said, she's just dragging this out. I'm not going to do this for just her to just drag this shit out, and I'm going to keep paying. This is stupid. So I'm not going to pay. No, polynomial. I would have paid the internet upcharge. This is just the only internet they offer. It's not good.
Yeah.
So he stopped paying that. Now he was still continuing to pay the $240 mini storage a month. That's where he goes over the fact that he moved it all into storage, rented a U-Haul. He stopped renting the storage unit a while after moving to Gainesville. And then he said, well, what would you spend money on? And well, here we go. Hot meals, gift baskets, phone calls, gifts for Lucas coming from Sarah, which he would wrap up for her and give to him as they come from her. He did all that. So this is 100% in alignment as well when we see the text messages where he just goes absolutely crazy for 9 months to a year over where are the gifts? Where are the gifts? It's been this long. Where's my delicious delights? Where's my hot meals? It's because after she lost her first court-appointed attorney, he said, no, I'm done. I'm not doing this anymore. Which I guess I had never thought about that. Like, why was she all of a sudden going crazy in 2023? It's because she had been getting all this stuff from him beforehand. And he finally put a stop to it. He said he didn't see an end in sight. And
yeah, he's right, of course.
He said, how much did you pay? He says he doesn't know. He said he's paying for 100% of the support of their son. Sarah Boone has never given any funds to him for their child. And he spent $14,000 on his attorney. At that point, we introduced Exhibit F, which is the attorney's fees list, like basically his billing. There's no objection to that. Then they discuss the fact that, she said she wanted to do mediation. Well, we skipped the mediation, right? This whole trial court is your problem. You forced us into this. This is your own expense. And asked if she had ever been agreeable to anything before. And he said, no, not that I know of. And he said, did she ever talk about settling? And he said, yes, but it was in her favor. So we can all understand what that probably means. She did not agree.
No way at all.
Yeah. She did not agree to relocation. She never talked about child support, even though she says today that, well, I agreed. We wouldn't give the child support. And Brian said, well, that was news to me. She didn't want relocation. Joshua Martell asked the judge, well, do we need to go over the $4,000 because it sounded like she didn't object to that? And the judge said, yeah, you probably do since she has conditions on it. He wasn't employed for 2021, 2022. And stipulated $60,000, and this is where the judge also asked him, like, wait a minute, I agreed to not have the additional discovery that she wanted. saying that you were unemployed, but you imputed $60K, and then Judge Charles said, "Yeah, that was actually my next question. You know, we agreed that you would impute 60,000." He's like, "Yes, Your Honor." So then the judge's like, "Okay," and then asked him, "Well, you paid for all the phone calls, yes?" He goes, "Yes, I paid for all phone calls from her."
Who else is gonna
And there's been no support from the Paulsons, no support from her family, right?
Mm-hmm.
And just tuck that one there, because what do you think her answer is going to be to that? Like, why wouldn't the Paulsons help
Yeah,
Brian with money?
that's none of your business, right? Of course.
No, because they're all dead, right?
Oh, I see.
That's
Yeah,
for well.
and now I understand.
But
Yeah, I was thinking
that unravels later.
yeah,
Um,
they're deceased.
and she's alleging possession of anything of value that had taken out, and he says it's still at his house. It was at his house in Winter Park, and he still has it, or it was at his house in Winter Park, and he still has it now. Would release to family members. I think the final question on direct was, and you would support a relationship between your son and his mother, right? And he said, well, as long as he wants one. And then there was a clarification by his attorney of like, well, being that he's a minor child, he would make sure it happens. He said, yeah, obviously, since he's a minor and he can't make decisions on his own unilaterally, I would do the right thing, right? Okay, so that's direct. Cross starts. Well, I mean, just do you have any thoughts so far on that, and how that it all sounds pretty cut and dry to me? It's
Yeah,
straightforward.
it sounds like one normal person and one not normal person.
Yeah, he kept his cool, but we're getting to the whole reason I came, the cross, and I wrote down a note here. So as soon as he said, "Okay, it's Miss Boone, it's your opportunity to cross-examine Brian on anything," right? You can hear on the speaker, wait, you can hear a slide sound like this, almost like. Can you hear that? I don't know if you can hear that.
Mm-mm.
I can.
But it just sounds.
Are you trying to play it? Or?
Just imagine sliding a microphone across the table is what I believed it was. So she is just getting right up in here because she wants to make sure that Brian's going to hear every goddamn word she says. My headphone is dying. Let me get one. Let me see if this works.
The whole time she was speaking, I could just see her, sitting in front of a table with, all these papers, different stacks of papers, laid out like one of those big serving tables.
Yeah.
And she's trying, just like at her trial, she was trying to organize.
Yeah, just organizing all of her papers.
Yeah.
Except for she had to actually do some work here, so.
One second here. So yeah, that's just how I heard it. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Was she yelling?
I'm on the iPhone. She is on as close to the edge of yelling as you can get.
Yeah. You could definitely detect some anger in her voice under cross. At least I don't know. That's what the vibe I was getting, is that I could definitely detect some anger in her voice when she was cross-examining him.
Shocker.
Yeah. Mixed with other stupidity that she demonstrates to the judge. So
yeah, this was her time to shine.
She starts strong. Excuse me, Your Honor. But in regards to questions, is there any particular order of topics? And the judge says, you need to ask questions of this witness. And she goes, thank you. Brian, some big revelations here. When have you ever included me in a decision? And Brian's response is, I don't know that there have been any big decisions. Mm-hmm. And Sarah Boone goes, but about COVID? And Brian responds, well, you informed me that you were against him getting vaccinated, which terrified me, and I vaccinated him.
Yeah.
And then this is probably the most chaotic part of the call, because he's answering and she is shouting over him the next question. Relocation. So imagine I'm saying the normal thing. Well, I found out you were against vaccination. She's like, relocation.
Yeah, because that's what she does.
see,
It's like, guys, I can't watch this. I don't want to watch this. How long is this? She immediately like tries to block anything that's not going her way.
And Brian, you could see Brian starting, like, you could tell, like, this is almost like PTSD for Brian, but he kept his cool way cooler than I ever would have, right? But you could see, like, he was doing, if I could turn my camera on, he was visibly doing like the, like,
Yeah,
he was exasperated, but he wasn't
like not recently, or kind of like puzzled, like he was puzzled. He giving like a puzzled look at the questions that she was asking him.
Yeah, I mean, of course.
Well, I think, and he was mostly frustrated because he couldn't get the answer out without her just shouting the next thing, and his answers were very good. So then she's like, relocation, and he's like, well, we did discuss it, and she was like, when did you include me? He goes, well, you informed me of your position, and I disagreed.
That was funny.
So then that's kind of dead there, because you were included, right? You weren't consulted. You were included, though.
Right.
Like the input.
When did you answer my calls? Yeah.
What was the question?
When did you answer my calls? And I have something written here. Wait, what?
Nothing.
Hello?
Hi.
Okay, you can hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I think it might be delayed. She said something like, when did you answer my calls? And I can't really read my handwriting here. It's maybe a while, or I don't know, but he might have said for a while, but then I didn't. And she said, why not? And he said, because I don't care to talk to you.
Yeah.
And
he was blunt about it too.
Well, why don't you? Yeah, it was very funny. Like, why don't you pick up when I call? And he said, because, or this has to be about when she's trying to tie it back to big decisions. Why don't you pick up when I call? And he said, because you don't call me about big decisions. You call me to yell about random things. And then she says, you do realize you are under oath, right, Brian?
She's such a
Sarah Boone Esquire.
I mean,
and such a pro se move.
Yeah, it's also such a lame, and she's such a liar that it's so laughable. I lied to the police because
I didn't want to go to jail.
Yeah.
I lied to the police because I didn't want to go to jail.
I lied to the police and basically everyone.
Getting arrested.
Yeah.
Hold on, I gotta get some ice here a sec. Talk amongst yourselves. One second.
Testimony. The defendant's testimony.
Surprised. Slowly to the podium. Be modest. Thank them for this incredible honor.
The sentence as follows. Ms. Boone, court sentences you to life in the Department of Corrections with credit time served that Madam Clerk will provide to you momentarily. There are also court costs and costs of prosecution, which Madam Clerk will give you the totals of momentarily. Due to the court levying a life sentence, the court is inclined to liquidate those to a civil judgment.
She says, I don't care. She said, do you realize you are under oath, Brian? Why have you never answered my tablet messages? He said, I didn't want to. And he said, what do you want to communicate about? Or so, I think one of them, there was something along the lines, and this is where it's revealed. Brian read all the messages. He just never had one that was worthy of a response.
Oh, he did read them. Ugh.
He read them all.
I was hoping he didn't.
No, it was actually better because he said
better that he read them all and he was like, no.
It was better because it perfectly fit his defense. He said, because she was like, well, I could never get a hold of you. You don't pick up my calls. You don't answer my letters. You don't answer my messages. You don't write my hit. You don't rest my. And she said, so how am I supposed to be able to get a hold of you to make major decisions? And he basically said along the lines of, well, you can write me a message on the tablet, and then I can read it and then discuss it with you if there was a major thing. But you never have any major discussions. You are always bitching about little shit. He doesn't say that, but that's the attitude.
Good.
I
mean, I'm hoping for his sake that he didn't read them, but this is better. And
he said, "What?" She said, "When have you responded to my letters?" And he said, "What, like handwritten letters?" She's like, "Yes." And he goes, "I don't think you've sent one in like 4 years." And she goes, "Did I not send one? He said either last month or last week. I think it was last month. Did I not send one last month, Brian?" He said, "You sent me an envelope with applications for visitation in it. That's not a letter, right? It was the applications for the prison."
Yeah, how am I going to answer that?
And then he said something like, "It's some variation of don't use the child for them to communicate." And he denied. He said, "I'm not trying to communicate with you. He tells me everything, but I'm not telling him to tell you something." And then he's basically using it as an excuse of, since he never picks up and he never responds to the letters and never responds to the tablet messages, she has no choice but to use her son to communicate with him. That's how she explains that away, because she knows that's a violation, right? Because that's in the letter. But it's only because Brian doesn't ever communicate. It is bullshit, in his opinion, or in her opinion. That's when he mentioned that he reads all the messages, and there are none worth responding back to.
I read all your letters.
And then there's another question that he answers yes to, and then I bet I'm quotes here because he says right after it, he says like under his breath, when he says something like Jesus, like he could tell. She's just rapid firing all these questions. Mm-hmm. Said something and said, there aren't any legitimate messages for me to respond to that you've sent. And then she's like, well, how would I ever get a hold of you to make sure? Well, how would I ever be able to communicate with you when you don't respond? And he said, once again, write something legitimate. And then I wrote, I think she must have said a comment of something, started the sentence like, I don't just communicate as Bob, and the judge goes, next question. And then now she refocused. She says, why do you allow, why is our son so upset why do you allow our son to be upset by the fact that you won't communicate with me? Or I don't know if this doesn't make sense to answer. Because the answer is okay, I get it. She says, how do you know our son is upset when he's talking to me? And he says, he tells me, I see him.
Yeah.
And she goes, well, why is that? Why is he upset? Because she's expecting the answer of, because he won't let her see his mother. He wants to see his mommy. And then he says, well, the way you talk to him, what you tell him, the way you treat him.
The personality you have.
And I didn't write it in here, but I know that Sarah says some type of line of like, I'm telling you that you, and then the judge quickly cuts her off and says, You're not telling anybody anything.
Yeah, that was good. I remember that.
You are asking questions.
Oh my
Like
God.
she was going into full Boone, so full Sarah Boone.
Yeah, of course.
And once again, thank you to everyone here. I don't know if it cut out when I was saying earlier, but make sure to hit like and subscribe if you like this, because this is the kind of content we do all the time here. We go live every weekend. I'm surprised we have 595 people in here. That's crazy. But I'm a very small channel, and I'm an accountant. But yeah, go ahead and subscribe. You can see us every weekend with multiple different stuff. Well, usually I'm wearing a wig. I mean, I've got the wig. I can put the wig on.
Well, let's pace ourselves.
You should have put the wig on at the bar.
I was hoping there were a few questions. I think I don't know if it and maybe SKR chat earlier today if they were like, "Is he wearing the wig?" Please tell me he's wearing the wig. I was like, I think it's too hot there. Oh, there we go. Now
I didn't bother using with the hairnet. Yeah, now we dropped to 400.
Yeah.
Now, yeah, it was way too hot. The wig would have been destroyed from the. I'm surprised I'm still alive. I could be like a mummy right now. My body just had water coming out of it the entire time. It looked like I was sprayed with a hose all day. You're not telling anybody anything. You need to ask questions.
Yeah.
And then she said, "Do you know he was upset about?" Well, she did, to her credit, for whatever it's worth, would say, "Yes, Your Honor." So she did manage to control herself enough with the judge and not spar with him, because I think she was too focused on Brian. And then she's asked him, "Do you know he's upset about you not filing the visitation paperwork?" And Brian starts to say is what he said was, and then it's objection, in its relevancy, right? Since we already ruled on the motion for contempt earlier about the visitation paperwork, so sustained new topic. Then we get to the telephonic interviews. "Do you know I know about his girlfriend?" And the judge interjects, "We are going to stay on topic." And she comes back with, "Well, I'm telling you that I know about," and the judge, I think, this must be the judge, I think, "I am not asking for your position on the issue." Like it wasn't something she could rebut. And then she says, "Have I ever purchased any items for our son?" And Brian, like every answer is how I'd write it. Said, "With your money?" And there's an objection to scope because there's no time frame. She's saying, have I ever? And then she goes, "Okay, within the last month." And he says, "Third party bought him a record." And then she goes, "Other than the record, have other people bought or have I ever purchased something for our son?" But or buckets, you know. And she said, and he said, 30 third parties have bought gifts.
Yeah.
And then she gets down to, she goes, "Okay, my family, who can I have help pay for the care of their son," right? And he says, "Well, Philip is basically the only one. Your mother and your father are dead. Your other brother really can't do anything."
Yeah, because
and all your other relatives that have cut you off or abandoned you.
And Sarah could have bought things for her son. She got money. She could have bought things for her son, but she would never spend her money on her son.
Now, notice Brian has stated that her mother and father are dead, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Sarah's point is that you cannot. Her family can't help raise Lucas because they're all dead. But Apparently, just the dead mom and dad aren't good enough. This is one of my favorites. He said, "What about my grandmother and grandfather?" And he said, "Well, you're almost 50, and people of your age, their grandparents are dead."
Yeah. I mean, what do you want? We know you have a multi-generational family, but they don't all live for. Not all the generations are going to live forever, Sarah.
Yeah, but the thing is, the way he said it, it was almost like he just said, "They're probably dead." You know, I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah. It was such a stupid question. He couldn't believe she was going down the road. Well, what about my grandparents? They're dead as well, right? What about my great grandparents? Thank you, Jan's Journey. By the way, everyone else I'm not catching the comments. Don't feel a slight on yourself. I'm just trying to read my notes. Yes, I have 27 pages of notes, and I have carpal tunnel, so it was my hands were going down.
Carpal tunnel is bad.
Literally saw me. I was shaking my arms towards the second half of the trial. I was shaking my arms and my hands to try and get them to not be numb while I could write. And then I was leaning forward on like the wall, which I did. You know, the bailiff was there, and I didn't know if that was something you couldn't do. So I was kind of like trying to lean like just to the side, this side. If you have the very tip of the wall towards the other side, like, well, I'm only on this side, right? I didn't stick my booklet over the side. Don't take it from me. So then she objects. He's like, well, you're trying to make it seem like my family is just willingly not supporting their son when they're in fact dead.
Which is exactly what she would do, by the way.
Yes. And I think there must have been either it's an objection or not, where she goes, can I put in an exhibit? And, you know, I think this was for expediency and just conservation or judicial efficiency. Mm-hmm. Brian's attorney doesn't object. So she says, I would like to submit respondents item number 36. And that's when I turned around to you, Larry, and I was like, 36? Like, Brian had to, like, if that many, there was, and one of them was something she made. And I was like, you got 36 pieces of evidence? And it was respondents. She submitted all her evidence that she showed up that got sent to the court today or the day before. Mm-hmm. Brian's attorney or side hadn't seen it at all, but so she wants this entered, and Brian's attorney looks at it and is like, yeah, okay, no problem. And this bombshell piece of evidence shows that there's the cost of prison calls is 13.5 cents per minute. And she goes, thank you. And then it's like, are you going to ask Brian about the document? She goes, yes, please.
The judge?
Yeah, the judge goes, are you going to ask Brian about this document? Why did you introduce this piece of evidence that if you're not going to ask the witness? And she said, what? And so she becomes Perry Mason. When you signed up, were you aware of the 0.135 cent cost? And he goes, yes. I have to pay for all the calls. So, Of course, I'm aware of the cost. The judge interjects, what's the point?
Yeah. Like, you still here, ho? What are you doing?
And she goes, she has an awesome counterpoint. Her argument is that because Brian was aware that when he signed up, that the calls were going to be 13.5 cents per minute, that was an agreement that Brian was making, and he can no longer object to the cost of calls. Right? He knowingly signed up for it, knowing the cost, so he can't object now. That's going back on his word. That was. I think he said something like, well, I don't really have there wasn't an alternative, right? It wasn't like I signed up for this plan versus I should have gone cost shopping around. There's only one way to call for you to make calls. It's this. And I pay for all of it. The judge gets tired and said, okay, the court is taking judicial notice of the 13.5 cents per minute. Because this isn't the time for argument, right? And she's okay. So she feels she's knocked that one down. Prior to my rest, you mentioned that I was only exercising 30% timeshare. Do you remember from my criminal trial why that is? Why he was only exercising 30%? And I could not believe she actually brought this up. And she's trying to make the argument that the reason she only had him 30% is because she had a very dangerous man living with her and was trying to protect her son. That's on you, Sarah. Like, that is so stupid. It would be just like if you bought
that's your fault.
If you bought a pet crocodile and then said, I cannot have my child over here because more than 5% of the time, that's when the animal handler's here, but the other 95% of the time when the animal handler's not here, it's very dangerous for my child to be here, and I am caring for his safety. You bought the crocodile. Again, this is
What if the crocodile was blind and deaf?
Blind and deaf?
Yeah.
What if it was one? What if it's two crocodiles? One blind crocodile, one deaf crocodile.
Yeah, that's different.
Helen Keller.
Yeah.
And yes, again, Super Kelly G. Yes, she's talking again about the man she murdered and being afraid for for Lucas's safety with the man she murdered being around it and saying, "Well, this is why I only had 30%."
She's also talking about a man that she let into her home and let around her son all the time.
Right.
And on the stand, claimed that Brian is notorious for just dropping by all the time when George is doing inappropriate things or drinking. So, I mean, she's responsible for the people she has in her life. If they're putting her son in danger, that's on you.
I mean, it is one of her worst arguments.
Oh,
I didn't even realize. I did not even realize what she was trying to argue until she got through it.
Hard to know.
Being like, well, you realize why I did that? It was for his safety. When I was thinking, and like, oh, you mean from George? The man you brought in here. Okay. And she goes, I was explaining the safety, risk, and danger. And he said, he countered with, well, it was either here or it's later. This is the part, Larry, where he said, well, I heard all that stuff about, oh, wait. That's different. That's coming up very next page, top of next page. He said something like, well, you know, whenever you would ask me to come pick him up, I would see the two of you drinking and generally having a good time. And then this is where she goes, Brian. Like, it's just so, or I think it was another cadence. It was something like, or it's like, Brian.
No, it was more like a Brian, you know. Like
yes, that's it. That's it. Brian, yeah, come on, Brian. Yes,
Brian, really, don't do this to yourself.
Really, Brian, you're gonna tell me? Yeah. It's because of the drinking. Like she's saying, Brian, are you really gonna talk about my drinking?
Really?
When you've got all the skeletons in your closet, because she's gonna bring that up later. But she's like, Brian, really? We're talking about drinking? You want to go down that path?
Anyone who's heard anything about her knows that she was called Drunky the Bear, that every single person who came into contact with her, all they could say is that she's drunk and poorly behaved and violent and a liar. And she's going, really, Brian? Really?
Yeah, hear me out. Or, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, Colette, you know, like it was like the equivalent of saying his name, like really, Siri, like Brian, you know,
Yeah, you got it right. I was saying it like Margarita said it, like a horror movie, like Brian. Like, but that's how I kind of took it.
Yeah,
it was all a horror movie.
It was like
yours
Brian,
is
like,
correct.
You know, like almost like seriously, like really, you know, it just.
If you're gonna go there, this is not gonna be good for you.
Yeah, don't.
I actually had to stop. I had to stop myself from laughing the way she said it.
I think that's yes. I think I had to stop laughing too, or like hold my. That was one of the first ones where I was like,
yeah. I thought we were gonna get kicked out of there eventually because
I was very worried about getting kicked out because I was in the front and I was writing and I was moving my head and I could not contain my face. I was like, I was rolling my eyes all the way to the back of my goddamn skull with some of these things. When I realized that she's just reading her stuff, I'm like, are you kidding me? So then she says, did Lucas ever say that he preferred to be at your house more because of the stuff you have versus the stuff I had at my place? And Brian, again, right back at her goes, well, I don't know. I had a computer and you had a computer. I had a pool. You had a pool. He had a room at my place. He had a room at your place. He had a TV at my yeah. Like just he names it up like there's no real difference. He said my living space might have been a little bit bigger, but in terms of the stuff, there was no difference. And there's an objection based on hearsay because it's asking what Lucas said, which is sustained. And then she tries to go right back to the trial. She goes, did Lucas prefer more things at your house versus my house? That's objected to, sustained, same objection. And then this is the line, Larry. She goes, did you understand my criminal case and understand the domestic violence part of it? And he very flat out said, well, I remember hearing what you described it as, and I thought I had a very different viewpoint of that. So he said no. And this was a weird question. He said, did you love my son? And it didn't make sense at first, but then with the next one, did you see the videos that were shown? Meaning, she's indicating the videos that she showed in court in her mind showing that George was violent, like the TV or whatever, right? And if you really loved him, how could you say you would want him around that? That is insane, right?
I mean,
Yeah.
she's just. It's that defense she uses where it's like this was all done to her. She has for somebody who's such a survivor and such a strong blah blah blah. She had no say in any of this. She had a son. He was already 9 years old, or let's say 7 years old when she met George, and they were still married. And she was just so victimized to the point where she had no choice but to let this man live with her.
Yes, we're getting a lot of these reactions in here. That is exactly it. Because the first one, when it was said, it didn't make any sense with the connection. When she goes, did you love my son? And she might have actually, she did correct herself at different times. Later, you'll back me up on this. She did say my, and then she would correct herself to our. But I think that was just because she's mindful that she's in court. But she means my. She says my all the time.
Yeah.
Right. But I'm doing it in shorthand, so I don't know if that was done here.
The judge could
Someone in the chat had a perfect Kelly said she converted to motherhood when she went to prison.
Exactly. Exactly.
That sums it up perfectly. She wasn't a mother until she went to prison. All of a sudden, she was
keep it kosher meals.
Yeah, and she was and she converted also to the diabetes denomination.
Yeah, it's like saying, "Did you love my son? Then why did you let me drive drunk with him all the time?"
Yes, it is exactly like that. If you saw those videos, right, and you claim to love my son, that you are saying that I needed to have him around 50%, and you are telling me you don't understand why I only had him 30%. So then it keeps getting worse. Do you agree, or it must have been something like this? Do you agree? Lucas should not have to hear about a parent being called names. And he said, "Did you call me a murderer?" And she said, "No." Or he said, "No." And like, "Killer?" "No."
The judge and the jury called you that.
Well, no, wait. This is what, remember in her letters, right?
I know.
She goes, can I remind you, Brian, you are under oath. And he clears it up again. And I knew it was this scenario. You said, I never called you a murderer. I said you were being tried for murder.
There's a difference.
And she,
Yeah, and
she
you
got,
didn't
and then
seem to understand that.
she said again, have you ever called me a murderer, Brian? And judge goes, asked and answered. And she said, have you ever attempted to find contact info for me? And Brian looks puzzled and says, what contact info? What are you talking? In case of an emergency, how would you? So you would have a way to contact me. Have you ever tried to find contact info for me? The judge chimes in. What is the relevance of this?
Yeah, and
Sarah
also,
Benson.
you call the prison. I mean, you're the easiest person to find. We know where your ass is all the time.
And I think I've got some missing set, but he did give this explanation like, well, I guess I would call the prison and tell them that something had happened and they would be able to get you the information. And Sarah said, what am I supposed to be doing in order to get in contact with you that I have not already tried? Right? The judge says, wait, it says judge. Why does it say judge here? Oh, yeah.
Because she interrupted him. Or
I mean,
interrupted
you tried
her.
to call her every time she was supposed to pick up their son and she didn't answer, so.
No, I know what it is. The judge interrupts here again because and said, as I've explained it many times, and Sarah, Sue, you know the answer. What are we here to decide? Parenting plan, attorney's fees, and alimony. And this is at the 3 p.m. mark, so we've been here for almost 2 hours.
Mm-hmm.
She says, I had no idea the parenting plan was at issue. And the judge says, I am not sure why you are not aware of that.
I don't even know why you're here.
And then Brian's attorney objects to relevance because relocation was stipulated to. There must have been more questions about relocation. I think it was something along the lines of like, how many times or how much or how, I think that was it. How much of a lead time or notice did you give me about the relocation that was going to happen? Like how much of a warning did you give me? That's when he objects, saying the relevance relocation was stipulated to. And then Sarah goes, sorry, my notes get sparse here because it was going fast. She says, I'm talking about the overall parenting plan. It says in here that the respondent is supposed to have weekend visits every other weekend and share holidays. How am I supposed to exercise that when I have no ability to spend, I have no ability to have my son with me? And then the judge says, it was either the judge or Brian. I think maybe it was Brian. Brian said, I think that's the whole point. That might have been, was that the judge or Brian?
No, I think that was Brian said that, if I recall. Yeah.
It might have been the judge as well, because she keeps
No, I thought it was Brian, and then this is when I think the judge was really starting to get frustrated with her line of questioning, like, where's this going?
Yeah, she keeps beating this dead horse with, well, how am I supposed to? And so this was where it became clear to me that she is looking at the second parenting plan, the one from the relocation, versus the final one that they submitted, the one she should have read, but she didn't. And the judge reiterates, we are here for a final hearing on these items. And Sarah says, if you could just give me a moment, please.
Again, if you don't mind, please.
She says,
How am I supposed to have every other weekend in Thanksgiving? I guess I'm confused by this whole amended parenting plan.
I guess I'm confused with how you're going to have Thanksgiving, bitch.
And there must have been more objections to this, and because I think we were all losing our minds at this point. I think we were just
Yeah, because it'd been like 3 hours, and her line of questioning was just.
And she's not even arguing about the document at hand.
Judge Jackson is at Muldoon's right now.
She probably. I'm pretty sure she's probably having a stiff drink
since she left the courtroom.
Everyone at this point is very confused as to what the fuck she is talking about, because this is not the document we're dealing with. This is not the issue we're dealing with. She is bringing up things. Remember, she's the one that is arguing she doesn't want the change in the parenting plan, and yet she is questioning how she is supposed to be able to fulfill the parenting plan that she doesn't want to change. So then she moves on to calls and saying, down to one call would be detrimental. And there's a question, why? Because it's all that is necessary. Or Sarah says, why? And he responds, because that's all that's necessary, and the calls add up, right? You only need one call a week. She goes, well, in the past, we have talked several days in a row, multiple times, and now because of this, and I wanted to be like, because of all this here, you're limiting it. Now you're citing costs. I'm going to call out some of the super chats a second here. Ruckus, $1.99, thank you very much. Brian, Kelly F, $4.99, thank you. Polynomial Purebred, the horrible Torres family that she was so scared of was so much nicer than that bitch. Yeah. SKR, $9.99, thank you for your sacrifices to bring this to us. Well, thank you all for the super chats. I'm going to do, just so we can keep it moving here, I'm going to do, this is all...
meowsing.
Meowsing. Thank you. All right, and we continue. So she's trying to argue that, he's basically changing his story. Because, again, remember, she has already put into evidence, because she's got this brilliant legal plan here. She's already put on evidence that he knew it was 13.5 cents per minute, and he agreed to it. Right? And now he's complaining about costs, Your Honor. Dismissed. Put him in the chair. Put him in the electric chair. He's fucking lying. Brilliant argument here. So she goes, she just opens herself up for this shit. She goes, so Brian, is it because of the payment of the calls, or because you believe that the too many calls are harmful? And Brian goes, both.
Can I take all options there? Can I check off both boxes, por favor?
And then, well, how do you know that they're harmful, Brian? And he says, because I see him after the calls. And she goes, why would you not ask me about the issue so we could talk about it?
Oh my God.
So we could talk about what the issues are, so we clarify it. And he says, quote, I've gotten quotes, because I don't care. And she buffers after this one, because you can remember in all of her arguments, and she will argue it later, he's constantly telling me he doesn't care. Judge, I put it in the letter. And so she's thinking he's confessing on the stand, because she has put it in the letters to the judges that he says he does not care. Now Brian has said on the stand he doesn't care. Why is my case not ruled in my favor right now? We should just end this case right here. He just admitted it, Your Honor. Of course, that's what I'm interpreting with her brain buffering. And she goes, oh, this connects to when she called him last night. She said, did you tell him to say that he only that he would prefer to have the decision of when to answer the calls, or when to, like, basically Lucas wants to have control over how many times he's talking to his mother. He doesn't want to be forced to be on the phone with her. He would like to answer the phone call as his own, his own prerogative, his own free will.
Talking?
Well, this is what, Brian had said this earlier, right? Mm-hmm. Brian had said that Lucas had expressed he would prefer to have control over how often they talk. And so she goes, "Did you tell him to say that?" And she goes, and Brian says, "No, he requested it." And she said, "Why do you not care?" And the judge goes, "Next question."
Yeah,
because
real question.
Because but Sarah's got to be confused here, because he just admitted on the stand, Your Honor, that he says he doesn't care. So then she moves on to her next ace in the hole. Have you upheld the active parenting plan? And now she's referring to the one that they signed in 2018, because in her line of questioning here, because it says it can't be changed without the signatures of both parents, that is the only parenting plan in effect, and therefore that is the only one that matters. Have you upheld your active parenting plan? And there's an objection from his attorney saying objection overbroad. She says communication. Have I tried all forms? Yes or no? And he says yes. And she says, have you responded to any of my inquiries? The judge goes, next question.
The judge is like,
she goes back. She says, active parenting plan. Have we signed a new parenting plan? Or
that's what we're here for.
Plan? And he says, that's what I'm trying to do.
That's why we're here, bitch.
That's why we're here. And then the judge chimes in. You are going beyond the issues. I have gone over and over with you. We are not talking about this. And she says,
at least 9 times.
Yeah, I'm trying to do my best without knowing.
Don't you wish that at one point someone had just been like, if we can just direct your attention to this monitor here, and they just played the suitcase video?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Play it on loop in the background. Brian!
Yeah.
At least 9 times. I quit counting after the 9th time that the judge reminded her, to stay on topic and to stay on track. Yeah. After about the 9th time, I was like, I can't keep counting. It's because it's just like going over and over and over.
The fact that it got to 9 when you stopped, was already at 9 when you stopped counting, tells us everything we need to know.
I want to make sure to call out here. There are times in court where the judge will be like, it's just more like almost procedural, where they're just putting it for the record, like, I objection, you just stick to the issues or whatever. Judge Jackson is upset with her being like, because Judge Jackson knows they're on a tight. She wants this done today.
Yeah, Judge Jackson is a judge. She has things to do.
Well, she doesn't want this going to another trial. This has been way too long. That Brian has been waiting for 5 years. We are not extending this. It's saying you need to stick to what is being talked about today. The 3 issues, going back to it, taking it like I'm not going to play with this bullshit here. So then Sarah, hearing none of that, says, "How?" With my objection to relocate, how soon did I send that in after you informed me that you were relocating? Judge, next question. And then Sarah, like a genius.
Like the genius that she is.
She says, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I guess I'm confused. Is this my questions right now? And then that's it? Or the judge goes, I've explained this to you before. You are asking Brian questions right now on cross-examination after his attorney asks questions. Once you are done with that, he will continue to provide evidence or additional witnesses that he has, and then you will be able to testify and present witnesses and any evidence that you have. And then there's a time check. It's 3:06 from the judge. She says, ma'am, you are wasting a lot of time here, and I am not going past 5 o'clock. So she's done 2 hours. This is, I mean, if it wasn't clear already, the judge is done with her. Okay,
and she sounds like she's, I mean, also it makes sense because it's not the same kind of trial, but she's much more, like Kreinik kind of like tempered himself a little bit because of the whole potential appeal situation. But this woman is in a position where she can say something like that,
Yeah, no.
Well, I definitely think that the two of them are cut from the same cloth, of both Kreinik and Jackson. That the no nonsense part of it.
Yeah.
They definitely, come from the same school of thought. I think, as far as the not putting up with her bullshit.
Any of her mess.
So she's knocked out. I mean, she's just clearing the deck with all these objections, right? She's killing it right now. So she's going to go towards attorney's fees. She goes, attorney's fees. Was that a choice? And he said, yes. And then she goes, dollars in commissary. Was that voluntarily? Was that voluntary? And Brian goes, we had an agreement on, and then she cuts him off. She goes, I'm looking for yes or no answers here, Brian.
Oh, really?
All these questions are yes or no. Which is weird because the next question she asked,
oh my God.
So she goes, and I don't know the number. She said something like, did I not attempt to get a guardian ad litem 3 times, Brian? And
I can't believe that Brian just didn't come out and say, oh, suck my dick.
I think he might have said yes to that one. Which is stupid again, because the judge ruled against you on this, Sarah. What does it matter if Brian admits under oath that you tried to get one? And she says, do you drink? And he says, yes. And she goes, how often? And there's an objection. Relevance? And she says, well, they're taking my drinking into account, so I think it is fair to ask about the father's drinking. So she allows it, and she says, do you drink in front of their child? And
Right, so, yeah.
I know his answer was, yes, I have had a drink in front of our child.
What?
And then I've got in here quotes, so I don't know how this was said. It was something like, okay. Like, I've got okay, K. Do you remember how she said that? I don't at this moment. Luckily,
okay.
I've got.
I don't know.
Yeah, like okay, like yeah, right. Like one drink, okay.
Sure,
like,
Brian.
Okay.
I'm the one who only has one drink, like 4 hours ago. I had a drink.
I had a drink, yeah.
A drink. I had a drink.
Like a big gulp size serving of vodka.
I mean, it's only one drink if you never stop. If you never put the bottle down.
Then she goes, did we ever have a conversation about visiting the prison? And I don't know what his answer was, but ultimately this comes down to, do you remember or are you aware that is that in fact only 50 minutes from your residence to the prison? And Brian said, I don't know about that. I seem to remember it being an hour and 10 on Google Maps, right? Not like, I mean, it was just like a genuine, like, I don't remember that. I thought it was an hour and 10 minutes. Either way, it's not like it's 10 minutes versus an hour and 10 minutes. It's 50 minutes versus an hour and 10. It's still a really long ass. That's one way, by the way. And
the woman who wouldn't even walk to Walgreens because, I mean, she'd get in the car for 5. Can you imagine if she had to make that trip ever?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get all this video together about the stuff we saw on the ground, because it's all a bunch of amazing discoveries here of the stupidity. I was yelling at Suma last night. I was like, "This doesn't make any sense."
Yeah, we were losing our minds. We were like,
the more
what is
facts we find
happening?
out, the more facts we find out, the dumber it gets. Like, why would you lie about this?
I almost told you, I'm like, go and ask them if they have pictures of the people who they don't let in anymore, like stealing things on the cameras or something. I was like, there's got to be a reason that they didn't let her in there or something.
Yeah. Trespass makes the most sense at this point, by the way.
What does?
Trespass. Because I think trespass, you can get trespass without a criminal citation because it's not on a criminal record.
Yeah.
So you can get trespassed, and then it's only the idiots online who are always like, why am I getting trespassed? What did I do to get trespassed? And the cops are like, ma'am, if you don't leave, you're going to be arrested. You are just simply being trespassed right now. If you refuse to leave, it's a criminal trespass.
Right.
Oh, well, I want to talk to the manager. Then the cops come on, and they're like, okay, I'll leave. Okay, I'll leave. Okay, yeah. Too bad, you're going to jail now.
Yeah. It's too late. Going to jail now.
It has to be just one day dedicated a senior year of high school across the. Okay, look, we're going to go through trespassing rules, and it's very simple. When you are trespassing, you have to leave. It doesn't matter.
Just leave.
And then
Don't
they just
repeat
that same 3-second message over and over for 8 hours. And at the end of the day, if somebody doesn't get it, they have to repeat high school the entire time. Be like, you cannot be this dumb. How can you not get this?
I agree with you 100% on that. There should be like at least like one day out of your high school year where a lawyer comes in and explains all this stuff that it should be common sense knowledge. Like, keep your mouth shut and call a lawyer.
I mean, it would be like speeding tickets. If you didn't get a ticket for speeding, if the cop pulls you over and says, okay, you have to slow down or I'm giving you a ticket, and you're like, what was I doing? I'm going to keep going.
Don't argue.
Right. All right. I don't want to get off topic.
Yeah.
So then she's after the 50 minutes versus 110. I don't know if there's like a pause or something, but Sarah Boone says to the judge, I'm not sure what I'm doing. And everyone in the court gasped, like, what?
Well, some of us gasped, and some of us looked at each other like, what the hell did she just say?
And she said, I guess I'm done for now. And then his attorney goes, no redirect. Then we had a 10-minute recess.
Mm-hmm.
We reconvened at 3:24, and Joshua Martell calls Sarah Boone to the stand. And asked her, you filled out a financial affidavit, correct? One moment, please. And then he's giving her, like, you filed it on May something. I don't remember what it was, right? But he gives a date. And then you can hear her going, like flipping through papers, just pausing. And then she goes, just start with your questions while I look for it. And he goes, no, ma'am, I'm going to ask you questions about it, so you need to find it. And then she eventually finds it, and then it's submitted no objection because it matched the dates. And goes to the expenses section, and starting with $250 food. I don't have any notes here, but the basic gist of it was you've got expenses listed here, but you don't have any income. And she's like, right, these are estimates. And so he goes, so have you not incurred these expenses? She goes, what do you mean? She says, what is the definition of incurred? Oh no, before that she goes, you mean in Orange County? Yeah, well, yes, when you were in jail. And she said, but to today. And his attorney, Josh Martello, says, okay, here's a clarification. You listed that you have an expense of $250 per month in food. Starting in February 2020 until now, if you don't have income, were these not actually incurred? And she says, can you give me the definition of incurred?
That's our Sarah, straight A student.
Also, really? I mean, I know this is a lame question, but what does sustained mean?
And he said, have you actually had to pay for these items? And she goes, have I had to pay for food?
Oh my God.
Dot, 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 dot.
No shame.
There's a
No
pause.
shame.
There's a pause. There's a pause. She goes, yes. And he goes, okay. So $250 in food. Is that, when you feel this, is that higher? Or is that significantly higher, significantly lower, or about the same as the previous 5 years? She goes, I don't really know because price fluctuates. She goes, here, Joshua Martell says, does this facility feed you for free? She says, yes. He goes, so they provide you with breakfast, lunch, and dinner without charge? She says, yes. Do they provide you with do they provide you something to drink for free? And she goes, water.
Yeah, that's really.
So he goes, so the facility provides you with breakfast, lunch, and I think he also do they provide you any snacks, or is there any other meals or anything?
Water
She
is
goes,
the
no.
Woodbridge of the earth.
She goes, no. And he goes, okay, so the facility provides you with breakfast, lunch, and dinner for free, and water for free. The $250 is for what?
Yeah.
So what do you think it is? Come on, tell us. You know, Simo, what's it for?
Delicious delights, jumpin' Java.
No,
keep
no,
it
no, 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 no,
kosher,
not
wings,
the
wings.
items. Why does she need? What is it? Like, what are those
Oh,
items?
for her glucose concerns.
Yes, yes. My low blood
AKA
sugar.
focus.
It's for my low blood sugar in order to maintain it. And she said something.
Please tell me he made.
I wrote down D. I wrote down DD because that's what phonetically it sounded. But there is some kind of condition I've heard on. It's not low T, but something like that, where she
doesn't have a condition.
another condition.
Pre-diabetes or something, but she doesn't have any of that.
She says, and you know, she probably knows she's going to get hammered on this one. She's going to make it a little bit more vague.
Mm-hmm.
She says, some meals are not appetizing. And
okay. Yeah, like the steak and potatoes you made poor George.
And
don't commit crimes, kids.
Yeah.
So, and she later connects this, or she might even have said it this part, like some meals are not appetizing, so therefore it is I cannot digest them. But I guess that is technically true. If you don't eat it, you're not going to digest it. But
yeah, well.
So he reiterates. So he goes, "Are you incurring this expense?" She goes, "Yes." And he said, "Well, how are you affording this?" She goes, "Yes, from contributions."
Oh,
and he, can you explain? Can you please explain this? He says, "Well, a friend sends me money on rare instances."
Okay.
And my brother.
Does she think that they can't get this information?
Yeah. Well, she's got to come up
with something that makes me most crazy.
Because Brian hasn't been paying by her own testimony. I mean, she's put that on the record. Brian's not giving me the money for this. Okay, well then how are you getting them?
Yeah.
So because if they are essential for your life, you must be getting them. How are you getting them if Brian isn't paying you? And she said, well, my friend sends money on rare instances. If I was her friend, knowing that it's probably more than rare instances, and I think she's probably talking about Christina, or I don't know.
Anyone. I mean, that guy, that Peter guy from Delpine.
She has friends.
Well, you know.
But here. So he said, so really, because this place provides you with breakfast, lunch, and dinner for free, along with water, the $250 is supplemental. Is used for supplemental food. For what purpose? And she goes, it's for supplemental food and meals not digested properly for medical reasons. You know, that's always medical. That's what's usually on the chart in the hospital, right? Patient died for medical reasons.
Yeah. When maybe they'll tell us how he died, like what the cause of death was.
Yeah, we're taking this prescription for medical reasons.
Yeah.
So he moves on. He says the $100 for gifts for holidays, is that gifts for son? And you can still hear me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just making sure, because I'm wary of this thing switching up. She said $100 for gifts for holidays. Is that gifts for son? And she said yes. She kind of elaborates on it, like, well, it's, I am giving him a gift on my behalf, and I like, because I didn't even write it down. It was just the normal Sarah bullshit, right? She's just doing by. And then he says, so do you feel it is fair for your ex-husband? Oh no, he says for your husband, and she goes, ex-husband, and he goes, sure, I apologize, for your ex-husband to have to give you alimony so you can purchase gifts on your own behalf with his money? And she goes, my alimony is meant for however I choose to spend it. It is my decision of alimony.
She's so very smart.
He said again, do you feel that is fair to Brian? And she comes back, she goes, alimony is court ordered. And I just wanted to, I think this is probably again where I rolled my head and be like, God damn it, Sarah, what do you think we are doing here? What do you think we are doing? You are trying to demonstrate the need, and your response is that the court has ordered you have it, so you could spend it how you want instead of actually demonstrating a need. It really is. We're about to go into like the circular shit here. And he says, okay, your next item here, you've listed $200 a month for communication fees. Would that be the phone calls that Brian is paying for you to communicate with your son? And he says, or she says, the $200 is for a multitudinous amount of technology options, which have not been used to their full utilization by Brian, and this is just an estimate. She said, and he asked, but isn't it true that every communications expense has been covered by Brian? And I think she goes back into there are many forms of technology that has not been utilized that I have put in my paperwork that I would like to, accept. And the judge goes, answer the question. Sarah Boone says, yes. And then he says, $50 charged for clothing and $15 for medical and dental. Are you telling me that the jury that the prison does not provide you clothes, and it does not provide you medical and dental care? And she goes on about some lien against an account. She said, even if you have insurance, blah, 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 blah. Which again, I go back to $15 a month is nothing for medical and dental. I pay like $400 for insurance before my copays and stuff. Like $15 is nothing. And then she says, I think maybe, do you remember this, Larry? She said something like the charge for clothing, it's like a quarterly charge. So she divided it over the 3 months or something, and she came up with the $50. I don't know what it was.
Yeah, it was some horse shit that I kind of rolled my eyes when she was trying to explain it off, and like,
what it sounded like
to
me was they had the option to buy clothing once a quarter, and if you bought 3 outfits, the charge would be maybe $150. So dividing that by 3 months gives you a $50 a month. But it doesn't necessarily mean you need to buy the spring colors every quarter.
Yeah, it's like, oh, the new jumpsuits are in.
But she said, can't wear white after Labor Day. And said, okay, you have a charge or you have money listed for other hygiene, and except I don't know, I didn't write down the number. She said, does the prison not provide you with sanitary and hygiene items? She says, the prison only provides 1.5 ounces of all-in-one purpose cleaner, plus toothpaste and a toothbrush. So what it sounds like is it's a one size fits all soap, right? It's a shampoo, body wash.
It's a shampoo, conditioner, and body wash all in one, and that's just not good enough for her. She has to have,
I mean, she can't wash that body with the same thing that she washes her hair with.
The color treatment shampoo and 1.5 ounces. I mean, I've got a 2-ounce bottle of shampoo that I had to pack for this trip. I could probably get by for a while, but I mean, and she doesn't say how frequent it is, right? But like, she doesn't say if you run out that they're never going to give you more.
Yeah.
Right? Oh, you used your bottle. We no more for 3 months. Welcome, bedtime lullabies. Again, everyone, make sure to subscribe so you can see us going live every weekend. And usually, I'm on the phone when my internet isn't shit, or I'm not at a hotel.
Yeah, usually this is great.
Yeah, this is great, but it's terrible right now.
Paste.
He says, you put $50 creditor to Department of Corrections. What is that? And then she goes, these are all estimates. I was told by, basically somebody to put this down. I think that was her argument, right?
Yeah.
So she said, he says, so all you would, I don't know that word, other than third party or Mr. Boone, is out of pocket to meet. Wait. Oh, I think it was, so the only way, wait, I don't know if I wrote this down correctly, but the gist of it was, so the only way that you could buy these items is through a third party or money from Mr. Boone. Correct? Right? That was the question. And she responds, and I quoted this, sir, I have no money. So the answer would be no, sir, I have no money. And then he said,
now she's Oliver Twist.
Yeah.
Then,
her whole life's like a blues song.
I reserve the rest of my time for a short closing. So, his case is done. He does end up putting in 2 pieces of evidence later, but they're like basically just, they were already on the list, right? Just documents. And the judge says, Sarah Boone, it's your turn for evidence and testimony. I've got 3:43 written down here. That's the timestamp. I think this is again where the judge reiterates to her, we are talking about the elimination of the $1,000 in alimony, attorney's fees, agreement to canceling child support, and the parenting plan as respect to the relocation. And she says, I would like to put into evidence my number 2 and 3, which is the original parenting plan signed by both parties. The second document of her evidence is the document of completion of the divorce parenting class. And then she said, so now can I explain this stuff? And the judge says, it's really not necessary for you to explain anything. If there's no objection, you don't need to explain it. And Sarah Boone says, well, the parenting plan, first and foremost,
here we go,
And then I've got written under pretrial statement. So she's back into the reading. She's saying all her usual hit points. Incarceration makes no difference on my relationship with my son. We have an active parenting plan without modifications that says we are supposed to encourage, not discourage. I'm kind of even making it with my own shorthand here, but I know this is just how it went. Without modification, and it can only be done so with signatures from both parties, where we are supposed to encourage and not discourage the relationship with the minor child. I have certificates to show that he understood what this meant in terms of enabling a relationship. The burden of proof is on the petitioner to show the unfitness of the mother, but I can show that he does not answer calls, tablet messages, letters. He's seeking a reduction from continuous lies. I have had parental rights since he was born. No alternative I think no alternative exists. I think she means from the parenting plan. He doesn't care. I don't know what I am supposed to do. And I put, again, reading statement.
The judge knows that he's the only person who's been parenting this child for the last 5 years at least.
Yes. It's got to be coming up here. Oh yeah, it's on the next page here. And I put reading a statement again. She's reading her pretrial filings because she would say that too. If I could just refer to my filings here, and she's just reading the shit she had already wrote, which is entirely pointless, right? That was your own testimony. It's not evidence. And why can't you remember your own shit? He called me a murderer/killer. I filed for the guardian ad litem at least 3 times. I know a lot about my son, including the name of his girlfriend. He's expressing bitterness in taking away my ability to talk to my son and taking away the money. like she's like I've compounded probably 10 minutes down to in like less than a minute here. People forget. People forget that I have a pending appeal, just as I have since day one of my incarceration. And I'm striving utmost to be successful.
And I mean, what?
Well, no, we all don't dare
aside.
mention. We don't dare mention that there's appeal because the judge might hear that and go, "Oh, well, of course she's going to need to be set up for life." And when she gets out of prison here, I only had the time sharing at 30% because of dangerous situations. Time sharing makes no sense. Yeah. Well, she's saying the time sharing in the modification makes no sense. Like, how am I supposed to have them on the weekends? Because again, she's referring to the second modification, not the current modification we're talking about. Somebody from Australia purchasing a record. Petitioner and I wrote petitioner attorney, so she's slandering them. They failed to have the
what does someone in Australia have to do with this?
Because they bought a record. It has nothing to do with the fact that
bought a record for who? For what?
For Lucas. Remember she said
Yeah.
Australia bought the record.
And she's not in Australia, by the way.
It doesn't mean I don't love my son. They failed to have the pretrial meeting between attorney and opposing self-represented party. I mean, like literally, you're rolling your eyes at this point. Be like, are you still rehashing the same shit? I mean,
this is.
And then I wrote down, she's submitting her own testimony through reading it as testimony.
Right, and then in my soft-spoken conclusion.
And nevertheless, he will not answer a phone call, which could have avoided all of these fees for the attorney and negated any need for having a modification. I need to have regular interactions with my son because I'm lovingly moving forward as a mother. And it has been 9 months since asking for the first visit. And then I've got written in a box here. I mean, this is kind of my notes. I don't know if you see this. You can see like kind of my shorthand. We've got
that submitted silence. There was a there was just
crickets.
Remember that part, Larry?
Yeah, there was like dead silence. It
Going
was
on
like
and on.
I think everybody in the entire courtroom looked at each other like,
is this bitch for real?
Everybody from like the judge to the clerk to Brian, his attorney, like it was just dead silence.
She's going on. She's just been going on and on. So then when she stops talking, because nobody's going to say anything, like, what are you done? So there's silence. And then she goes, as far as the parenting plan resolution, he needs personal space to grow up. There is nothing major that has occurred, or something. I guess I wrote nothing major. I think it's nothing major that occurred. I would like to have counseling for Brian so he can learn to be a better parent without causing emotional distress.
Wow. Better by tomorrow.
Room to grow, like he's like a free range child.
Yeah.
And the emotional distress is caused by speaking in regards to son about mother. And I wrote reading again. She's reading the thing. Their relationship is unencouraged foremost, and I wrote priceless on its own line. She said priceless. I don't even remember in reference to what, like priceless relationship. I'm doing whatever I can do. I am his mother, and I wish a guardian ad litem had been issued also. Include, please. So then she wants to then at this point introduce exhibit number 7, which is the response she filed to Joshua Martell. And I believe this was the letter that when she received the first notice for relocation, where she wanted to emphatically say, I am opposed to this. I am emphatically opposed to this. So she wants that answer to be filed as evidence. And then there's kind of a question like, okay, what's the point of this? And she says, this was me just expressing, explains my dedication because one obscure incident doesn't define me. And I would like to place emphasis on the fact that the petitioner violated the parenting plan that was agreed upon, because the modification can only happen when there has been signatures on, and the original parenting plan is still in place. And this is where I think the judge understood just how batshit crazy she was at this point. She said, Miss Boone, you have to agree that you have not exercised your timeshare responsibility since you were arrested. And her response is, yes, but timeshare is my only violation.
What?
And she said,
now, was the judge referring to prior to her incarceration?
No, no. She at that point, she was referring to the fact that because basically Sarah was harping on the fact that since her incarceration, Brian has not been fulfilling the agreed upon parenting plan. Mm-hmm. Right? He's violating it. So then she counters back, well, since you've been arrested, you haven't been exercising timeshare. You have to agree to that, don't you? She goes, yes, but timeshare is my only violation, versus in her mind, Brian has multiple violations, right? Yeah. Inappropriate communication, not encouraging a relationship, speaking ill and communicating to the child, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then the judge said, and you would also have to agree that this parenting plan was I think was developed or created in 2018 prior to your criminal charges. And she said yes, and then she said in 2018, the judge said in 2018 no one was contemplating criminal activity or criminal convictions, correct? And she goes, no. And I mean, that's common sense. Like, the reason there's no clause for incarceration is it wasn't on the horizon. Neither of you were
like being indicted or potentially going in front of it, like for
it's pretty rare, Sarah.
And this is, I've got it noted up here, the attorney's brother, who is the assistant, right? He's shaking his head. He cannot believe that she's going around and like is she seriously arguing that her incarceration has no impact on the parenting plan and hasn't caused her any violations, but Brian is the one who is in violation of the parenting plan. And she cites, but he signed the divorce certificate in terms of the appropriateness of his actions, and my time sharing issue was due solely to incarceration. Petitioner is violating the active parenting plan. Like, what kind of fucking crazy do you have to be to make this kind of logical leap that you are not in violation because you are incarcerated against your own will after committing murder, but the petitioner isn't violating the active parenting plan or the active parenting plan because he's not, quote, encouraging the relationship by forcing his son to get on the phone with you.
And again, if you don't mind, please, she has an appeal pending.
Yeah, and nobody wants to talk about that.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to talk about the appeal that's pending. Nobody wants to talk about that. I've been going on it. Larry Power, what were you thinking at this point in this court case?
At this point, I was wondering why the judge was just continuing. I mean, she did lay the smackdown, but you know, it was like, why didn't you just go ahead and rule now? Because it's obvious that Sarah doesn't have a clue.
Yeah.
And she's got no case, and she's, she just like she did with her, when she was pro se for her criminal child, just not knowing what she's doing, stonewalling, it reminded me so much of when she was pro se in her criminal kid.
Yeah.
I was expecting the judge in like any minute to like rule, and if it hadn't been for the, well, I don't want to spoil the what you're down the you're gonna go over next, but yeah.
What were we gonna say? Or, okay. I'll trust you that you don't want to spoil it.
Yeah, I'm trying not to spoil it for the listeners, but subconsciously.
All right. It's 4:05, right? She's down to an hour left, having made no relevant points. I think that the bailiff at this point is also smiling, and I've been rolling my head several times at this point. Like when she brought up the petitioner is violating the parenting plan, I was just like, oh my god, what are you doing? So Sarah, Sarah, legal scholar, next point was, do I bring case law up right now? Oh my god. And then she's reading her own motion. So she's reading a document she had submitted where all these references are in, because I went over some of these and said, this doesn't have anything to do with this. So she cites Hunter v. Hunter. I noted that his lawyer is smiling, meaning he knows that this has nothing to do with this. And this really took up so much time. There's only like half a page here, but this took up forever. Like, it was so slow, because it would be, I'll do one of them, and you tell me if I get this right, Larry, right? I have I'm going to kind of imitate her voice. The first case law reference is Hunter v. Hunter, HUNTER v. Hunter, 540, and it's coming through very muffled. 540 SL 2D235 F parenthesis FLA close parenthesis 3D DTA 1989. and then the judge and the lawyer would be looking it up like, and they'd say, I'm not finding that, ma'am. Can you read that again? It's again. It's Hunter v. Hunter 540 SO 2B235 FLA 3DGTA 1989. This would kind of repeat itself for about 3 minutes on each one, don't you think, Larry? Like,
yeah,
like,
and also don't forget that the judge's at this point the judge's laptop was dying, and
oh
she had
yeah,
to go. She had to go
yeah.
get her assistant or clerk to bring the
where is
charger.
it? Where did I put where? Oh, it hasn't come. It's not happened yet. It hasn't. But the judge sees that her laptop is dying.
But well,
Who
the thing
said
is
their
that some of
laptop was
the judge, but some of the cases that she was trying to cite, I was looking up some of those as well, and I'm like, I don't see
Judge doesn't
how
have
this
a
pertains to it.
charger, and then
Well, I made the joke when her laptop was dying. I held up my notebook to my face. Kastika was there by this point, and I wrote like, your laptop's gonna die.
yeah,
Your laptop battery's it's gonna die there. Oh, I better get my charger. But that comes up here. But it wasn't clear like how much longer she was going. So we get this thing, and then she. I think there was the first one, like, you can't understand what this has to do with that. And again, I've looked up several of these, and I was saying that these are not related to the. So it was like a round robin of citations that she would give that either were found or not found. So the judge would say, okay, counsel, I found it at for petitioner. He's like, thank you, judge. And then she said, Aguili versus Aguili, 9-5-4-6. 9-8 worst GCA, and then Brian is rubbing his eyes at this point. This one can't be found. The judge is saying there is no such case. That this is 954 refers to such and such case, which is about like tariff law in New England. Like, and she's like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm doing the best I can based on my limited resources." And so
what does maritime law have to do with this case?
Yeah. It is clear at this point, even though she hasn't admitted it yet, that these are not references she looked up. These were provided to her, and
yeah, probably a prison or jailhouse lawyer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think this is her flying monkeys, the third party. She's like, okay, LOGREIRA versus LOGREIRA, and I'm trying to make it sound like it did over the speakers. 3 SERD155 2021 TCA. Lograria, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing it. At this point, the lawyer is squinting, rubbing his eyes at the stupidness. He's taking off his glasses because he's wearing glasses. He's pinching his nose. And she cites, then she would occasionally have the reason that it's important. She cites, any restriction must be court ordered. Unilateral decision is unlawful. And my personal favorite is the one she brings up next, and they're like, okay, ma'am, do you have another one? She goes, yes. And it's Perez versus Perez.
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
And the point of this case is that restrictions must serve the child's best interest. No unilateral action can be taken again, or let's say, no unilateral action on an agreement can be taken on time sharing, regardless of where they're located. Now, I don't know if you've been following along, taking notes at home, but remember, she has said before that she admitted that she failed. What did she say? Miss Boone, remember the judge asked her, Miss Boone, you have to agree that since your incarceration, you have failed to fulfill your time-sharing agreement. She said, yes, time-sharing is my only violation. And now she's providing a case citing that there is no excuse for time-sharing agreement violations based on regardless of where you're located. What she says she can't do it because she's located in prison. She is providing case law to support the fact that her excuse for violating timeshare is not founded. Do you all understand how stupid this is? She is providing case law for the other side. Like, what
Pretty much.
are you talking about, Sarah? And I put in parentheses, so dumb.
Pretty much, I'd say that's a pretty accurate description. She was providing, ammunition basically for the other side.
She doesn't know that, though. Obviously, because
I've
she
got
doesn't know
marked here
anything.
So it took her 20 minutes to cite 4 cases. She's like, do you have any others? She's like, one moment. Yes, please.
One moment. Yes, please, if I may, please. And again, if you don't mind, please.
And then her next reference was, there's no case name. It just stated as in regard to adoption of children. And then she gives a case reference, and this is where this might be doing. She might be using ChatGPT or something. Brian's lawyer shakes his head again because they can't find this, and she goes, "Okay, may I substitute another one?" And she's like, "Yes, go ahead." She's like, 996 SO2D93, and then she doesn't have the case heading, though. But other than regarding versus Department of Child and Social Services, incarceration alone is not a reason to terminate parental rights. And then, I mean, Sarah thinks she's got him on this. She got him by the balls, right? But then you go ahead and factor in the fact that judge goes, wait a minute. This isn't a hearing to terminate parental rights, is it? Wah, wah. And Brian's attorney goes, no, this is not a TPR proceeding. And then there's a pause.
No, Your Honor, it's just that this bitch is very stupid, in case you
have silence, and then Sarah Boone says, hello?
She's like, is this thing on?
And the judge says, oh, okay, I'm not sure if you heard us, but I was just saying, or I just asked opposing counsel to affirm on the record that this is not a termination of parental rights proceeding. And he affirmed it on the record. So I was just letting you know that. And then she said, well, if I may comment, restrictions of calls is a termination of parental rights. And the judge goes, this is not a termination of parental rights hearing. And she goes, well, I guess I'm just trying to find out what my parental rights are then. Then she put spec v spec. That one isn't found, I think. And then she says, one moment, please, if I may. Brian says something. I didn't catch all of it. Maybe you caught it. This was the first time he was audible. Do you remember what he said, Larry? He made a comment, right? And then his lawyer had kind of shush him, right?
Yeah, he kind of. I didn't hear the comment, but I did hear the lawyer kind of shush him a little, because he was worried about it being
like, she's just gonna keep signing as much shit as she like. I'm totally paraphrasing, but that was like the kind of like,
yeah. It was basically the gist of it, because he kind of like, the lawyer kind of like, kind of tried to get him to shush about it.
What was the gist of it?
that Brian says something to the fact that she's just going to keep going. You know.
Yeah, like you people don't know her like I do, but this is just she's just warming up.
Yeah.
Because I mean, we're going super fast through these. This burned so much time. The cases was like a quarter of the trial. Her just reading these cases, and then she said, "Okay, I have no additional cases." And then he said,
Thank God.
She goes, "Would this be the time to introduce or no?" I think the judge asked, "Do you have any additional evidence or witnesses?" She said, "Evidence in regards to the parenting plan." And the judge says, "For anything."
Yeah. Oh, she didn't even know they were going to talk about the parenting plan, I thought.
And she goes, "Okay, well, if I could add some case law," and I think this is when all of us collectively roll their heads like, "Oh my God, you're going more case law." We're all like, "Oh no," because it had been so painful.
Yeah. Like I said, the way I equated it was like watching a seal club itself to death. It's just.
So then, I think I got this one on a prior video on their pretrial statement. I think I called this one out. So now she's going to give us court case law for the alimony argument. And so she gives 39, blah, 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 Grigsby versus Grigsby. The attorney says, "Yes, I found it, and it is not related to alimony at all." And the judge goes, "Yes, I found it. Ma'am, this doesn't regard alimony at all." And this is the point. His assistant goes to leave to get the charger. This is that point. But it was kind of weird because we didn't know what was happening. And then she kind of explained it. She goes, "Hey, I have an issue with my computer. I'm plugged in, which it's supposed to be the cord when it works normally is supposed to work as a video thing for the call and a charger at the same time." But she goes, "Something happened with my computer, so my assistant is going upstairs to get the charger." So Sarah Boone's on hold, and then this is when Brian, his lawyer, and his brother assistant are kind of like talking, and they're off the record, so they're laughing and making jokes to each other, and then Brian's like, "Oh my God, she said one more 4 or 5 times," and they're laughing with each other. This is also where this is very interesting. This is where Brian explains what Sarah said in her allocution statement. He said, she started it off with, "I forgive you," to everyone, the judge, the jury, everyone. And he said all, and I believe he was referring to the Torres family. He goes, all they were looking for was, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry this happened. I'm sorry I did it. I did, I feel bad. I'm sorry."
Wait, did Brian say this?
Brian is saying this to his attorney.
Okay.
All they were looking for was an "I'm sorry I killed him," like just any kind of remorse. And then he said this, and this is verbatim, and it was a good statement. She said, "I'm sorry is not written within her at all."
Yeah.
She cannot say, "I'm sorry" at all. Like it was one of the more true. Like that's why this is the stuff you get when you're like.
Yeah, it's so interesting that you were able to hear this stuff.
Yeah, Brian's kind of loud.
Yeah. Yeah, which is kind of surprising, actually, but not that surprising, I guess.
But I mean, I think it fit because you have to understand he's the party in this, right? Everything in this is actually affecting him.
Yeah, he's the one that it matters to.
And you can imagine, because we're all our level of frustration from the outside. Imagine you are the party in this case, and you've got to be like, I think he was also getting frustrated because you could see the clock. And she had said, "We're not going past 5 o'clock." And I could tell, I think at that point, that he was worried this was going to get continued. Like because the judge had warned her several times, like, I think, oh no, it's coming up here. But this is also where I think Brian is like nervous, like, man, I got to do another hearing, like it's going to cost me even more fucking money, like, you know what I mean? And the outcome of the case isn't certain, etc. Right? Like, we just got to get this done. We got to get this done. I don't want to come back here because he also lives in Gainesville, which isn't local, right? So he had driven down here for this. It's not like he drove down the street. So then she starts citing more cases, and she's going through it again. She does Bowen versus Bowen. Alimony arrears are payable, which they've already kind of acquiesced to. So this is whatever. Lamb versus Lamb. It's an incorrect citation, can't be found. And then we take. Oh, the judge gives a 15-minute warning. Says, "Ma'am, how many more of these do we have to go through? There's only 15 minutes left, and we need to leave time for closing arguments for you and opposing counsel." And she says, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Being on the phone has been very difficult. I'm doing everything possible within my ability to get through this." And I think she said something along the line. I didn't write it down. It might have been here or later, but I think she said something along the lines of, "Ma'am, you have chosen to waste your own time on items when I've explained over and over the topics we are covering, and you chose to not discuss those topics. So that is your problem. It has nothing to do with being on the phone." She does another case reference to Tyndall, which they can't find. Or Tyndall, she's writing something there, and she goes, "Oh, I don't have the case reference. Hold on, please." And then she very audibly says, "I'm sorry, they didn't give it to me." So she's getting this from third party. She says they. Then the Department of Corrections officer comes on from Lowell at 4:50. Or no, she says, excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me, Your Honor. The Department of the Lowell DOC officer says I have to get off the phone at 4:50. And
that's when we all kind of looked at each other like, "Oh no, this isn't going to be continued, is it?"
Well, I didn't think it was going to be continued. I knew the judge didn't want to do it, right?
Right. But when they're trying to get her off the phone on the other end at the prison, like, "Oh Christ, not now, please."
Yeah.
My only worry was that she would be taken away, because that was the only way the hearing would stop, because you can't have her without. I had no concern that the judge was worried about giving her more time. She had expressly concerned, like, you have wasted your fucking time. But I was worrying, like, oh, how is Brian's attorney gonna give closing statements? Because it's not like he can get off the phone and then, or she can get off the phone and he can give closing arguments, even though she sacrificed her based on the fact she wasted all of her time. And then his attorney says, it comes with very, very, very great. He says, Your Honor, I would propose if we could, and actually, I think the officer came on the phone at this point, and the judge was not happy with the officer. She's going, "I'm sorry, we, due to policy, we have to remove Sarah from this space at 4:50." And
our faith-based group is coming in, and she's not allowed to be in there with them because she bullies them.
And then she said, then the officer made a mistake and said, if next time, if this could be communicated with the, whatever the head guy, I don't remember, I can't.
Yeah, and the judge was like, "Look, this has been arranged for for weeks." Yes. Yeah, the judge was getting pretty pissed about it with the jailer, like, or the guard, like, this has been in the works for weeks.
I'm sure the guard had nothing to do. I'm sure the guard had nothing to do with it, but the guard was being told what to say. But I think this is where I realized the judge did not put in to move her from on site, because the judge said, I have been communicating with with that location on her appearance for several months, including the possibility of having her brought down here. And the communication of having her appear was specifically so that we would not be interrupted and have the time to conclude this hearing, which needs to be done. And so she's basically calling out like the suggestion of like, if you could email, the head corrections officer, like bullshit. I've been emailing the corrections officer. Sounded like the head corrections officer said, we're not bringing her down here. Okay, well then you need to put her in a place where we're going to have this fucking hearing done and get it all the way concluded. Right. So, which actually, in retrospect, now that I'm thinking about it, if she had been local or if she had appeared in person, there's a possibility that they could have adjourned and reconvened later. They would just keep her in jail here, right, for the next appearance.
And she probably would have liked that, actually.
I wouldn't have at all, but
no, Brian wouldn't, but she would, but Sarah would have liked to have come back to like Orange County as opposed, Orange County Jail as opposed to, the hell that is Lowell Correctional.
So Brian's attorney chimes in and says, forgive me, Your Honor, if we could just, I propose we have a certain number of days for written closing arguments. And at that point, I feel a massive wave of relief come over me, an awesome wave of relief.
Over the entire courtroom.
Yeah, like, whew.
The entire courtroom, the entire courtroom didn't sigh, but you could feel like you said, like a wave, like with great weight was lifted off everybody's shoulders. Oh, thank God.
I leaned over and I went like, yes, because written closing arguments means we're going to get it online.
Oh yeah, we love some written word, some prose from Miss Sarah.
And
yeah,
then,
but they're coming up to the best part.
Oh.
And then so the officer is kind of arguing back and forth, and she goes, "You are wasting time at this point. Stop." And then she says, this might be the judge, or this is actually probably Sarah. She goes, "I would like to speak about basically the judge says, what other evidence do you have to put on the record, right? Because we need to get the evidence in while both attorneys are here. That's it." She goes, "Well, I would actually like to speak about attorney's fees." And then she reiterated again, "You wasted your time, right? What other?" She said, "Actually, I know what it's missing here." She said, "Forgive me, Your Honor. I would like to speak about attorney's fees." And the judge said back, "Forgive me. What other evidence do you have?"
Yeah.
Like,
she's like, "Well, I have an interpretational dance that I've been working on."
And she goes, "Okay, well, I would like to do number 9, which respondent's motion for contempt." And she says, "I am not considering the motion for contempt." And this is another part where it's confusing, because the judge thinks she's talking about the motion for contempt on the visitation thing. Brian's attorney actually clears it up and says, actually, what I think she's referring to is the original motion for contempt for non-payment of alimony back in 2023. And then the judge goes, that will be decided based on this matter, right? Because of course, if he's determined that he didn't pay the alimony when he owed it, there could be some kind of action at that point. But until we determine that it was owed, we're not going to rule on it. But it's not dismissed. She asked for another one. I didn't write the number, but then it turns out it's his bank statements, which again, this is like, if Brian's like, "What, my bank statements?" Okay. And they're like, "No objection." And Brian doesn't care. Yeah. And then said, "I want number 21, 22, 23," or she said, I think she says 21 through 23 or 21 through 25. I don't know. But it's correspondence from December 2022, January 21, 23, February 22, 23. So all the letters that we read, right? And the judge goes like, "These were documents that were filed, so they wouldn't be into evidence." And she goes, "Well, can you take judicial notice of them?" And the judge goes, "Yes, I will take judicial notice of court records," right? Hey, and I was like, "Sarah, That's what the fucking pretrial statement was for. This is the judicial notice. Jesus. She goes 24. The request for case management. She wanted her. This is another one of her letters. And the judge said, "Well, I'm not submitting that as evidence, like a request for case management." Now, Sarah wants it in because she wants it to show that she was. I think this is the one with her 10 responses of like, who will be the mediator? What is their relationship to the Martel law firm? What happens if I don't agree? Will I be forced to? That one with the long list of bullshit. She wants it in there to show that she was not disagreeing to mediation. She just had questions. And they're trying to say that she didn't want mediation, but this proves she did. And then she says, Exhibit 20. I mean, this is taking forever.
Yeah.
Because
All these
27
different.
and 27 was her letter from 3/22/23. I don't know which one that was. Let's see. Let's look at it. I got this. I can pull this up right here. I just want to get bearings here. 3/22/23. This is the. I don't have this one. Weird. It's objected to anyway as self-serving hearsay, sustained, so it's not in. 28 is again another letter, which is objected to as self-serving hearsay and is sustained. 29 is a letter that she wrote to Brian, which is objected to as self-serving hearsay and sustained. So none of those are let in. Remember, we already had the warning minutes ago that she was going to run out of time to be taken out of the cell. And she goes, okay,
Yeah.
The next one is 31. And it's a bunch of letters, and it's a bunch of character witness letters that were sent in, that she sent in on her behalf. So her flying monkeys wrote, Sarah is such a good person. She had 2 dogs. One of them was deaf. One of them was blind. And she was willing to give up her kidney to somebody. And she is the most brilliant person I've ever met in prison. And I had no problems with her in the 7 months I was incarcerated with her. And she is such a loving mother. And she is a mother to her son. And they're like, no, objection, hearsay, a self-serving hearsay, not submitted.
Yep.
32, current. 32 was the current interest rates on judgments. It's like a table. Remember, this is the whole compound interest thing that I flew off the handle about the compound interest.
Math errors raging now, hear me out.
So he's like, oh, if it's just a list of the current interest rates, I have no objection. She makes him look at it. He said, yeah, no objection. She wants Exhibit 35, which is a list of the canteen, the price of canteen items for medical snacks. She said medical snacks. I'm like, oh my God.
Oh my God, she's such a lunatic. She's no shame at medical snacks,
aka sugar.
Would you like one of our? Okay, so we've got our gluten-free snacks over here. We've got our candy. We've also got our medical snacks on this shelf over here.
I need my medical snack for my glucose control.
What kind of? Do you like chocolate medical snacks? Do you like something? This
medical snacks.
Anyway, that was 35 and 37.
My medical pack.
This is to show that the prices of canteen items fluctuate, I believe. That she sent in 2 different price sheets of canteen items to show that the medical snacks market is not stable at all. It's almost as wild as crypto, right? It's all over the place. Highly volatile market price for medical snacks. Then she submits item 36, which she had already submitted before. Okay, I'm back. I can hear you now. it's very frustrating to have this many people here in the stream be this bad. If only they saw what a regular stream was like. Which, by the way, go ahead and subscribe so you see us every weekend, because regular streams are not as janky as this, and you will be able to
You're on the road.
You will be able to see the full recreation of this trial, where I play every character by transcript. These are just my handwritten notes. I have the full transcript. I won't say hi.
Everyone knows you're the best.
So okay, then she submits Exhibit 36 again, which was Exhibit 1. And I put up my tablet to everyone because everyone's kind of confused as to what it is. And I'm like, this is so stupid. She already submitted this when she was doing her cross-examination of Brian, which was, what was it? Because they ended up submitting it again, but then in the court minutes, okay. It's the document showing that it's 13.5 cents per minute on phone calls. She submits it again, and it's a payment through the JPay or something, and they're like, no objection. So then, meanwhile, while this is happening, the corrections officer is coming in, or instead of saying, they're taking me out, because it's at 5 o'clock, and saying, okay, you got to submit a closing statement to me by Monday. She changed it to Tuesday, but by 5 p.m. And she goes, Miss Boone, that means postmarked by 5 p.m. If it is not postmarked, anything that's later than that, I will not accept. Good. And she's saying, and it's a 5-page maximum. And she says, 5-page max?
She knows who she's dealing with, I see.
And the attorney or the judge says, yes, 5-page max. If it is sent after 5 p.m. and on Tuesday, because Monday's a holiday, I will not accept it. And she said, Your Honor, if I may, can I just clarify? This is on, and she has to clarify again what they are talking about. She said, so this is the closing on the parenting plan, alimony, attorney's fees, and the judge says, I am not repeating, or no, she doesn't say yet. She said, that's coming up. She kind of ignores the question. And then Brian's attorney says, Your Honor, real quick, before we stop, there were 2 additional items I needed to submit for evidence, and they were previous items that they had been submitted. I think it was, I don't know, I didn't catch what it was. I didn't write it.
2-minute phone video and a half-a-minute phone video.
No, they were on the list of items they'd already done. And then Sir Boone says, no objection. Yeah. I just don't understand it. So she goes, no objection. I just don't understand it. So if somebody could explain it to me, though, and they're just kind of bowling over it. And then she says, please, if I may, though, can I clarify what the closing statement would be on? It's parenting plan, alimony, attorney's fees, and the judge says, quote, I am not repeating myself again. You have been unable to write and retain this information the entire time. So she doesn't tell her.
Write it down. She's got a point there, too. That's another thought.
Yeah. Sorry. And that's it.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you at the big finale there.
Oh, no, that was it.
So she said, yeah. I'm not writing it down. You haven't been able to retain any of the information I've been telling you, and that was
I'm not repeating it. I'm not repeating it.
That was it. She thank you, have a nice day, and and hung up the call.
It'll be in a written order. It's like you provide your closing argument. You should know, if you don't know what we're talking. I mean, this is what I would argue as a judge if she ever appealed to me. Like, if you don't know what you're arguing at the case, you lose anyway. Like, you don't even know what we're talking about. When this has been sent forever, and you have received all of these motions, and you've been asking witnesses questions, and you don't know what we're talking about. How is that possible?
Did she say that?
No, like I'm saying that's
it was implied. Yeah.
That's why she didn't give another repeat at the end. She was like, that's it.
She told her she was limited to 5 pages, I
Yeah.
was like, I wanted to laugh out loud because I knew that 33-page manifesto that she, it's just a rant that she sent to. That's
Yeah.
probably what made the judge right there. Like, you know what? She sent
Absolutely.
that 33-page
I mean,
tome.
also the judge wasn't going in cold on this. She had already gotten quite a few of, quite a flavor
Yeah.
for the.
Plus the fact that most of her testimony was just reading her other statements, being like, "Oh, you don't have anything new to say. Wait, I need more than this." So what I'm guessing is it's going to be 5 pages, front and back. Obviously, it is going to be in the smallest possible font that Sarah can legibly write in, and it's
Right.
going to be packed. It's going to just look like a solid ink page.
If she's smart, which she's not, she'll try to get someone to type it for her, perhaps.
But then she's going to make it single spaced, and it's still
Of course.
that's against the court rules as well. You can't just reduce the font or the. That's what Amber Heard's lawyers tried to do.
She doesn't know that.
They reduced the font size in order to get into the page limit when they actually did, and that was another example where they didn't say anything new. They didn't need the extra space. They were just rambling about the same bullshit.
It's also so stupid because brevity is really a lot more efficient and powerful,
But you don't sound as smart if you use brevity, according to Sarah.
I know. It shows you how stupid she is.
More words equal smart words. Polynomial purebred. Thanks for the $1.09. That sounds DS like hash brownies, or BS probably. I'm headed out for work, so see you all later. Thanks, HearMeowt and Larry for the work. Was it worth flying down for you both? Go ahead, Larry. You can answer first.
Yeah, I thought it was because number one, I'm retired. I'm just a full-time patient for the most part, so I have everything going on anyway. But it was eye-opening, the watering hole, Muldoon's. That was eye-opening, and then of course today's hearing, just like I said, she's just so bad at acting as her own attorney. Just I can't. I mean, obviously no lawyer in the entire state of Florida would want to take her case, but it's just if it weren't for Sarah being who she is, which is a terrible person, you would almost want to feel sorry for them. You know what I'm saying? Like if it was anybody else but Sarah, you'd
I
actually
always say
feel
that
bad.
the fact that I don't feel sorry for her, because I can feel sorry for a fleeting moment for almost anyone, but with Sarah, it's like I'm completely freed up to just mock her and insult her. It's very freeing.
Yeah, it's like going to Lourdes. It's cleansing.
Yeah, it's like a day at the spa, but with a lot of aggravation.
Yeah.
I'll answer this in a second, Jackie. I'm letting Larry Powers finish.
No, I'm good. I'm done. I was just like, it was worth it.
And Larry has to get up in like 1 hour for his flight.
Yeah, I got the ride is picking me up at 3:30 because my flight takes off at 6:30. So I'm not going to sleep. I'm just gonna.
Yeah, sometimes that's the best way to go.
Yeah.
Well,
I'll try to sleep on the plane.
I have got a big responsibility. I got to finish the rest of this half gallon before I leave.
Yeah, you have a big night ahead of you.
I'm not flying out till the evening though, so I've got time.
When are you flying?
I could get what?
When are you flying out?
I fly out like 6 p.m. tomorrow.
Oh, good.
And I get back, and hopefully there's a job for me on Wednesday because I would really love to be employed and get paid again.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Which, my wife wasn't the happiest about me coming down here. So I guess I'll rate the trip like this. I was not. I planned this trip months ago when I was still getting paid. Between contracts right now, and the job market just sucks. But I had already paid for this trip, so I was gonna go. I don't like to go on a lot of trips without my wife, so it was kind of. Wait, make it quick. You can just. My pro se client is so demanding. No, it's a long answer. First off, Tanika was here.
What was the question?
Was the trip worth it? I'll answer this question about Tanika. Tanika was here today. She missed her flight earlier, so she showed up. She missed all of Brian's testimony, which, in my opinion, was the best part of it. But okay, now I'm going to go to, and then she hung out with us and the other people that were there for a little bit at the restaurant or hotel, and then she left around 6:30, I believe, 7 maybe. But I was going to say, I don't like to personally take trips by myself, not because I get lonely or anything. It just feels like, hey, I'm doing something, and it would be better like if one of my family was here to enjoy it, like I'd like to share with them. So I was not super pumped. Like I would say on Friday when I was leaving, it was a little bit odd. You kind of feel guilty, like, man, I'm not working right now, and I'm taking this trip, and I'm going down to like the area where Disney World is, and then like, like it's supposed to be like it's a family destination. I'm going solo. And then I was just so, Muldoon's was good. But then when I talked to the one person outside, which I ended up talking to her more the next day because I didn't realize she was a bartender. But that night, and I had to leave because my Uber was there, and I went to the hotel and I just crashed. And then there was a lot of feeling of regret, like, oh, I found somebody that knew her and I didn't stay and talk to her. Did I miss a big opportunity? And Larry had gotten in, but we hadn't connected yet. So then, but it got better on Sunday. That was yesterday, right? Sunday.
Yeah.
When we were planning, okay, where are we going to go? And planning out the trip and saying, okay, we can go here and here and here and, check it out more. And we went back to Muldoon's and got more interviews there. And so it felt like, okay, I've gotten more insight, especially knowing where the different stuff was that didn't make any sense in her trip. And then today was, again, it was kind of back to the nerves because I didn't know what was going to be allowed in the courthouse. I didn't know if I was going to get the recording. I didn't say that. If I was to say hypothetically, if somebody that was trying to get a recording, not because I'm ever going to release the recording, but just because I can't write fast enough and I need to do an accurate recreation. And I told Sumi this right when I was getting dressed. I took one backpack. I don't have a lot of clothing here, right? So I've been wearing my shorts and my shirt, and I brought along a pair of jeans, and I looked on the court website and it said shorts are not allowed. And I was like, oh my God, thank God I brought jeans. And then I was freaking out. I was like, what if I hadn't included those jeans? Because I didn't include them for court. I included them for a different reason. What if I hadn't done this? Would have been a total, like I would have been right at the finish line and then disqualified. And then I saw jeans weren't encouraged, and neither were sneakers. And I only had the one pair of shoes, and I only had the jeans. And I'm convincing myself, you know what? It's probably okay because I've seen a lot of court cams, and this is probably maybe just for like appearance for like witnesses, maybe attorneys, et cetera, et cetera. Then I come downstairs, get off the elevator, and Larry's wearing a full suit. And I'm like, oh, fuck. Everyone knows what the hell they're supposed to dress except for me. Apparently, I'm an idiot. So then I was nervous. I was like, I'm going to get there. They're going to hold me out, and this whole thing is going to be for nothing. And it's going to be a very confusing explanation to my wife. And then we got inside, no problem. Okay, first herald passed. We get upstairs. All the other courtrooms have docket lists with all the court cases on, except for the one we're outside of, and it's locked. And we're within an hour of the trial. Then I'm getting nervous, like, oh my God, was it canceled? Was it rescheduled? Like, I can't get back here. Why is there nobody here? Why is there no case on here? Larry saw. I went upstairs to Judge Jackson's other courtroom just to make sure that there was nobody else over there and up there. But as soon as Brian showed up, as soon as Brian walked by, that's when it all became super real and super exciting. I was like, oh my God, Brian is here. If Brian's here, this is the fucking place I gotta be, right? And it's going down today. It is happening now. And once we were in the, I was a little bit irritated when the phone call wasn't working, because only by the notion of thinking that Sarah got herself locked up in solitary or something to object to the fact that she was telephone only, right? Had done something to avoid or delay the trial. But once I could see that it was the judge that was having the mic issues, and then when the IT guy came in, it was great from that on, because we immediately started. We could hear her. The testimony started going, and seeing Brian, and Brian was very animated on the stand and everything. Like like you could feel like, okay, this is different than anything I've ever watched on YouTube. It's different than anything like you would ever hear in terms of an audio recording when you're seeing just the body language of everyone that's in there. I know Sarah said that she wanted to have, but I mean, I wanted for the different reason of just seeing how people react, not be based on truthfulness, which is why she didn't need to be there. Sarah being absolutely Sarah the entire time and going down her stupid self-destructive path made it so good. And
you got your money's worth as far as the time went. I mean, that was a long performance.
When I think I messaged you when I came out, when it was on the first break, I said, "Oh my God, what did I say?" It said something like, because I turned my phone off. That was the last hurdle, right? I was so nervous that the bailiff was watching cameras and saw the fact that I had a something that looked like a digital voice recorder sitting next to me, and so I was being sure not to touch it. I was worried that he was going to come over and inspect it. But when I got out, I said, what did I say? I'm looking at it here. I said, we are on the 10-minute recess. Just finished Sarah cross examination of Brian. It was spectacular. It was an absolute mess going back in. And because it was just so bad. And Brian, and then the performance of Brian made it that much better. Like, if it wasn't a good performance, it would have kind of been frustrating. But the fact that he was just fucking knocking her lights out with every question, given the perfect fucking answer and perfect rebuttal, and then the last thing was filling in all these little gaps, filling in the gaps of the heirlooms, filling in the gaps of the murder question. You call me murder. Like, no. I said you were on trial for murder, which is 100% true. Also, seeing that he had no visible, or if he's acting, he's a great actor, but he had no visible hatred or desire to even separate Sarah and her son. He just wants this to be under control and over in terms of alimony. He's like, yeah, she could talk to him whenever you want. I don't care. It just needs to be ended. And then Sarah being herself. It was so good. What were you gonna say something later?
I was just gonna say when Brian and his attorney had showed up, dressed like how they were, because Brian was wearing a orange, like a polo shirt. That must have been relieving for you, like, oh, thank God, because even his attorney was just wearing a sports coat and some Dockers. I was probably the most overdressed one in the entire courtroom. But his attorney was almost casual, and Brian just wearing that orange polo shirt. That must have been a weight off your mind as far as the dress code.
Yeah, I think my pressure about the dress code was relieved when I saw the guy behind us in like the biker shorts and the Nike, the skin tight Nike top.
Florida.
And so, and getting in with my logo, that made it like, it was just another like extra thing. Like, oh, cool, I can wear it. That's cool. And I'm getting all the video that I wanted to do. Like, Larry helped me as well with B-roll shots. I think when I did the videotaping last night, just like that was the one thing I think I was missing, because I was like, I need something pre-trial. I need something like that I can release now instead of everything I got to edit when I get home. I got to get something out there. Just
I think you did a lot.
Show the preamble of this craziness. But yeah, I'm very glad I took the trip. And assuming my plane doesn't crash on the way home, it will be a success.
That's the spirit.
No, don't talk like that, man. I already told you I was in the Air Force.
Which flight I want. If one is going to crash, which one? The one going or the one coming back?
The one coming back.
I was telling you, I was in the Air Force. I developed a fear of flying when I worked on crash site recoveries. So I had a doctor prescribe me some anxiety pills, and they didn't work.
Oh.
They said take 30 minutes before takeoff, and it didn't work. It didn't knock me out or make me drowsy or nothing. I took a picture of the pills and like made a meme out of it and emailed it to my doctors. They didn't fucking work.
That sucks.
And it was also
But
great, or kind of surreal seeing Tanika in person, right? Taking pictures, even with HR Mama. And I think that was also another highlight for me when just somebody came up and said, "Excuse me, hey, like I know who you are. I like your channel. Not that I like because I'm like, oh God, I'm a celebrity, right? Just like somebody feeling they enjoyed it enough to come up and say, hey, I like your channel, and not being like, or not feeling that I'm some kind of like asshole that they couldn't come and approach. Does that make sense? Like I am who I am. Like, yeah, let's take a picture. Let's do it.
Yeah, I just was it would have been nice if more of us, you know, the not just content creators, but if you know, if more of us could have been like you know, like pack the whole courtroom, you know, on behalf of supported Brian. That was just something that surprised me. I'm like, we maybe should have SarahCon, you know. Like
Margarita sent you a fake super chat, and she wants you to be nice to her. So
Margarita sent a fake super chat.
Yeah, that's what she tells me. If you make, please, can I make you be nice to her?
Oh wait,
that's just the information I've been giving. Just the messenger.
The Cashman.
Margarita. I don't understand. I don't recall a time I've ever been mean to Margarita.
I know. I don't think you've really been mean to anyone, but you know.
And Margarita,
she didn't say you're being mean to her.
You know what I watched the other night, and I told Sue this. The night we didn't go live, I was like, I can't go live. I'm watching the Langoliers.
I told her. We were on text. We were on text, and I told her that she A, was thrilled, and B, sent me the scene that you referred to, which is why I knew about the balls with teeth that you corrected me and said it's more like razor with a ball with razors.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, overall, very, very glad it came based on everything that has happened now. No regrets, other than only if Brian thought I was supporting Sarah by sitting on that side. That would be my only regret. But you know, Brian has his own life. I'm not like, like whatever, right? I just want to make sure you didn't think I was supporting, or I didn't want to be seen as a flying monkey. If that makes sense.
Well, none of the flying monkeys had the balls to show up.
Yeah, well, they're probably pretty lazy.
Yeah.
I mean, they're working, 9 to 5, 24/7 for this bitch. So maybe this was like a day off. I still find it hard to believe that any of them are still engaging with her, but I couldn't believe they were.
I don't get it either.
I mean, obviously, we're not going to understand that.
No, but they keep putting money in her account, like, I
guess.
I couldn't figure out the proper wording of the joke, but I just went with what's off the top of my head since I didn't have my data sheet. But the thing is, like, they're not going to make it here because they can't take in the surroundings around them, see what's obvious, and get here, right? They can't acknowledge, like, oh, she murdered somebody on video, and that's why she's guilty. So I would try and liken that to, like, oh, this map is telling me to go left. Well, who says that's left? What do you mean? Just ridiculous. So I think we'll sign it off here. There is not going to be an Lauren stream tonight. Sorry, for multiple reasons. Number one, I can't play the video on this thing. Number two, I can't even do the live. And it's 1:30 in the morning on the Eastern Coast. But we will be back more with Lauren streams and more of the Sarah Boone testimony. And while I work on the trial, hopefully I get a job offering again so I can start paying bills. And thank you, everyone, for being here. Remember to subscribe. We go live every weekend. Thank you, Larry, for hanging out with me and putting up with me in my sweaty body.
Thank you, Larry. It was so nice to kind of meet you and spend time with you.
Yeah, I wish you could have come down for all the fun. It was fun.
I know. I wish I could have too.
I actually was going to come down for her criminal trial, but I got hit with a jury summons back in Texas.
HearMeowt told me, because I was like, what happened? Was it because it was delayed? And I guess it was because it was delayed, and then you had, jury duty.
Yeah, it just, I got out of it the very last minute. They settled out, so I got out of it, or plea deal out.
Right? That was the answer you were going to get. Sorry.
You asked.
All right. Well, I gotta. I guess for the next 30 minutes, I'll just maybe shave and get ready.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
I'll sleep on the plane. So.
And if any of you have people that know Sarah Boone or know other people that weren't here, send this to them so they can know exactly what happened, because it was one for the books. And we will see everyone next. It's Monday, so we'll see you probably on Friday or Saturday or Monday.
Okay.
Or
Thanks.
Tuesday.
Hear me out.
Monday, I don't know.
Take care. Have a safe trip.
I know at some point you called your husband Brian, did you not?
I did.
I just want to reenact this. You're Brian. I'm Sarah.
Good.
Ring, ring. Brian, Brian.
What?
I can't think of. Sorry, I can't think of that. Brian, I gotta say, you gotta come on here. It's yours. Okay.
And the detective's next there, like, what did she say? He's like, I don't know.
Brian! Brian! You son of a... Brian, you boy, lazy, fat... Wait, you too stupid? I understand what I'm saying. I said it's your suitcase. I got a job interview more.
Yeah.
I got plenty to do, Brian.
You're looking for a job.
You got your inhibitions over there? You want to talk to me? You want to talk to me? You're such a loser, Brian. You, Brian. Hold on. Say hi to the dogs. No, I'm holding the phone. Say hi to the dogs. Say, Helen, come here. Say hi to your stupid ex-dad. Can't even get a job.
Man, you've called 911.
I need a Magnum wine bottle. Ma'am, this is 911. This is not Uber Eats. I need 2 Magnums.
This is in Winter Park.
I need cigarettes.
I just texted my best friend. I said, "Are you watching?" And she said, "Yes, I'm dying."
That's what it was. That's why Brian doesn't remember anything.
He knows it because he got that call every night. That wasn't even unusual. Every night. It's really hard to act like a drunk person, but that was...
I can't get drunk. I always have my wits about me, and I can remember the first 50 things, the next 50 things I have to do.